because we just finished discounting, and thank you, Pretty Little Pyro, for the 35 stream streak. I do appreciate that. We just finished with discounting. We did one of the endings. We did the what I'm going to call the big business ending, to borrow from Bloody Drongo. But we did the business ending and all that stuff. But we're going to be checking out Life Below, and I don't know much about this other than it is an underwater city builder, and I'm under the impression that it's about, like, building effectively a reef for the animals and all that. We'll figure it out when we get there. The first thing I like to do anytime we check out a game for the first time is go into our accessibility, like go into our settings and see about accessibility, which is also good because I wasn't prepared to do this today. So I'm just taking a moment to familiarize with my stuff there. So you got multiple language support. You've got different date time formatting, which is good. Not sure about a bunch of these ones. These are all gameplay stuff, so we'll figure that out when we get there. Let's see, you've got UI scale, so I can make the UI bigger if we need to. That's a nice one. Reduced motion for preventing motion sickness. I also like that this is something that a lot of games that do the reduced motion or motion sickness mode, is they don't tend to do this where they actually show the, what changes. So you see, like, this is the one with the higher motion where it's sliding, and that one's a reduced motion. So we'll see. Transparent backgrounds. That's the whole thing. Oh yeah, that's fine. Graphics, that's pretty straightforward. Audio, straightforward. Controls. You can choose keyboard, mouse, and all that. You can change your scroll speed and edge scroll. This could be a motion sickness one, so it's good to have that turned off. Which I do see they have it separately under here. So edge scroll, on-screen camera button for those who need it. Input cooldown. That's a new one. So it adds a half-second cooldown for each button input. This means after pressing a button, half a second must pass before you input aloud again. This only applies to buttons, so inputs like joysticks and all that will not be affected. Interesting. I can see for people with limited motor function where that could be, like if you have like a tremor or whatever, that could be a helpful thing. I hadn't seen that one. That's cool. So if you had like essential tremor or Parkinson's or something like that. Stamp style multi-select. Okay. Sure. You got UI scaling, reduce motion. You could turn off the typewriter effect. You could turn off screen shake and all that. You got key remapping. So yeah, there's... Oh, I appreciate this. Interestingly enough, one thing I did notice is when we went... Where was it? There was one of these ones here. I did notice it detected that I'm using a Dvorak keyboard. Oh, there's also stuff for cognitive. It's less distracting. I missed scrolling down. Yeah, there's one down here somewhere. Yeah, so you use period or comma to change the stamp size. Which... It actually doesn't show me where those are on here because I have to think about QWERTY. Either way, a lot of accessibility stuff. Love to see it. So, new game. We have easy. Experience the full story with simpler challenges, hazards, and mild and resources are abundant. Recommended way to play. Extra difficulty and more frequent challenges, hazards, and hard are resources, all that. Generally speaking, anytime I start a game for the first time, I'll choose whatever their default, normal, balanced, whatever they call it, mode is. And then later on in future playthroughs, I'll either go harder or easier, usually harder. Let's go ahead and, enter the name for your new campaign. So not the city, the campaign. Creative brain is dead. The campaign. Excellent. 10 out of 10 name. Nope, that turtle's dead. I like how it started all pretty and very quickly turned to trash. Okay. So we're an anthropomorphic jellyfish thing? You're gonna have to poke the ground a lot more. Okay, so we're definitely gonna have a very strong environmental angle to this. We start singing Crab Refuge. Well, I think it's the campaign name, not the town name. Sprite souls are life force of the water spirits. Okay. Ah, Thassa, or Thelsa. There you are, adjusting to your new guardian body, I hope? It feels strange to not be a water sprite anymore. I have so many tentacles. Well, you showed great promise in your previous role. I only wish we had more time to train you as a guardian. Alas, the reefs need our help urgently, so you must learn in the role. I have provided you with some water sprites to aid you in your endeavors. They will collect resources and help you maintain the reefs, as you once did. Do they know that I used to be one of them not long ago? They do. And they tell me that they're delighted to aid one of their own in their newfound guardianship. That's good to know. Whether tentacle or finned, we're all in this together. There's so much to be done, I'm not sure if I'm ready for this, Leia Gaia. We never know what we're capable of until we try, Thalassa. I guess so. Never fear, I'll be watching you through the Reef Heart. I'll be there if you need me. Best tentacle forward now. Okay. So it is... I haven't had to switch off of... I haven't had to switch off my keyboard to QWERTY, so it does support all, other keyboard layouts. So I need to collect 50 coral matter and 20 pearls. Use the Reclaim Sprite action to clear a resource pile scattered around the Heart Reef. Reclaim. So the first thing we're doing to recover the environment is to look at coral and rip up the coral reef, and apparently pearls. We're the baddies. Build one sprout coral. Sprout corals generate whatever that symbol is, coral matter over time. Open the build menu to place a sprout coral. Invalid placement. Sprout corals can only be placed on the shown resource nodes. Oh, I see. Okay. Reading comprehension matters. Okay, so we're collecting materials and all that. And so we're generating some type of material, we're generating coral. We do have fast forward controls and all that stuff. Welcome to life below. Cool. Okay, so we've got arid ground over here. We have ground I can't choose to do anything with. Power structures. Build 1 moon coral. Structures need energy to function. Give 2 energy to all structures. 2 structures remaining. Moon coral generate energy and increase the range of active energy networks. Structures must be inside the circle radius to get that. Okay. So it's effectively a power plant. So I'll barely connect those to see if that is necessary. I think it is. Yeah, so we got coral and pearls. That's our equivalent to like wood and metal and all that kind of stuff. And that's going to give us power, and we'll see what happens with that. I will also get growth essence, coral plates, and infused corals. Build 2 clams to generate pearls over time. We already got 1. So put the 2 clams right next to each other. Use the existing power resource. And so far, it seems like the buildings don't have the idea of workers. Rather, they just kind of operate, and our sprites go and grab the materials and then bring them back. So it seems like our primary labor is around construction and hauling. That might change later as time goes on. Yeah, it says the water sprites will automatically collect stuff as it's needed. So I assume as we scale up, I'll either need more sprites or we'll figure it out. Increasing production. So we need more coral matter and pearls. Build a power sprite. Build a power sprout corals and clams to generate resource. That's fine. You haven't studied this category. Yeah, that's the power. You put you over there. I'm gonna let that sit for now. I need to not build a bunch of stuff and consume all my materials that I'm needing for construction anyways. But I've got that resource node, I might as well be tapping it. And you're relatively cheap. Okay, we'll let that just keep churning away for right now. Underwater city builder? Yes. Apparently we're like some type of water sprite thing working for Gaia or whatever. But we've got, I'm assuming, our equivalents of electricity, wood, and metal already. Which is coral, matter, pearls, and then just generic energy. I am noticing there's a temperature and a pH level up here. And I did notice one of the effects that the clams have is they do decrease the temperature. So I'm assuming there's going to be some level of balancing that goes on here, where like that brings the temperature down, that increases the pH very slightly, and you increase the temperature. So there's going to be a bit of a balancing game of going, gotcha. Okay, so we need to keep the temperature between 23 degrees Celsius and 29 degrees Celsius. And then the pH must remain between 8.1 pH and 8.49, which is actually a pretty wide range. World space icon filters. Okay, that's like my alerts. Wildlife view. Okay, so you can follow the sprites around. Make it so you can't willy-nilly plop big things down. Yeah, no, it's, so it's like, these create power in a radius, so yeah, you wouldn't be able to just put, like, your grid of power over on this side and, like, cable it over. We only need a little bit more resources. Ocean view. That's interesting, so it looks like there's some hex thing going on. Reef view. Okay, so that's interesting I have that. So we just need 3 more pearls and a little bit more coral. Map looks kind of big. Yeah, we'll get a feel for it, because I could see it being a thing that, like, it establishes, like, this chunk of the grid has, like, the input-output, so that way you can zoom in and zoom out to different areas, and it's just, you know, like, when you're not in the active tile, I could see it doing a calculation. There's usually a lot of working around that. Okay. When a health of this structure reaches 0, it dies. If the heart reach comfort reaches 0, it dies. Okay. Here you'll see the heart reef status quickly. The heart reef is the heart of your reef. If it dies, so your reef, as it cannot sustain it. Alright, so we're just waiting a little bit more coral matter, which we already did get another coral matter production building going, so that's fine. Stable ecosystem. The amount of shoreline gulf is developed, determined by the amount of structures in the zone. At 10% developed, harvestable grass will start growing. At 90% developed, it becomes a stable ecosystem, preventing certain hazards from impacting and boosting structural resilience. Our biodiversity is used for new growths expanding the reef's limits. You get biodiversity by housing wildlife. New species of wildlife give extra. Own zones. The number of zones you own. Okay. Zone overview. No available housing in the zone. And everything is generally fine. And the level of overcrowdedness, which is none because nothing is alive here. Okay. Yeah, so you're slowly producing our coral. Let's go ahead and put up the double time. It doesn't seem to imply I have a... Oh, there is... Yeah, I can store up to 50 and up to 200. Okay. I was about to be like, it doesn't seem to imply I have a cap. But there's definitely a cap. Alright, so the next coral they grab will finish that. So it wasn't asking me to have that much, it was asking me to produce that much. I actually don't have that much coral at all. But that's okay. Yeah, so it seems like there's a little bit of a balancing act in, like, building out your stuff and hitting limits. Gaia wants to introduce you to someone. Okay. You've been making great progress, Thalassa, but maybe it was unfair to ask you to do this alone. What do you mean? Have I disappointed you in some way? Yes, you're an abomination and should be ashamed of yourself. How dare you attempt to do this so badly? I mean, no, not at all. But we all need guidance from time to time. I want to introduce you to a friend of mine. Hey, listen! And immediately we're being chased, and we're now running for our lives. This is Pontus, a former reef guardian who needs a fresh outlook on life, and some new challenges. Well, I hope it won't prove too much of a challenge for him. Oh, I doubt that. There are a few things these oceans that I have not dealt with. Despite what you may have heard, I can't be everywhere at once. And this is my hope that Pontus will offer you guidance and support you as you move into more uncertain waters. Yeah, Justice literally just Clippy pops over. Complete has like a little registered trademark in the corner. Let's see what we're working with here. Well, those tentacles could be cleaner for the start. This is not some dank puddle, you know. This is the great ocean. I'll try. I've been so busy. I'm still getting used to them. No excuses. We must maintain standards. Gaia was right. You do need help. Oh, Jesus, do you need help? But I may have shined the dullest of my shells in my time. I expect you will with no exception. I'm certain I will benefit from your wisdom, Pontus. I'm sure you have much to teach me. Well, quite right, yes. Let's get started at once. Pretty sure that Gaia is supposed to be everywhere at once, being everything. Yeah, no, that was just the entire thing where they're like, well, you know, that might be what you've heard, but, you know. Complete the Lost Spirit quest. This Lost Spirit, give 15 pearls to Lost Spirit. Accept quest. Have you seen the shiny thing around here? Was just what I needed to finish my shell decoration. Hey, did you take it? It's my shiny thing. I saw it first, and I'm not moving until I get my shiny thing back. Fascinating. You seem to be a lost spirit that... of some kind of collector. Possibly a decorator crab, yes? It's rather hazy, to be honest. All I can think about is the shiny things. If you once were, then you'd normally be collecting objects for camouflage. But you've taken a rather different approach. What can I say? I'm an artist until I die. I fear that may literally have been the case, my friend. Perhaps, if we could find you some new shiny things, you might consider moving on. Okay, so we are giving pearls to a lost spirit. So it'll go away. Alright. Wait for the lost spirit to be guided to the reef heart. Okay. So clearly we gave the lost spirit stuff. That way Gaia might eat it. Feeding upon the souls of the lost. Growth coral, essence coral. Okay. Shiny things. This is so kind of you. I can see you recognize the needs of the true shiny thing, artist, when you see one. Now, what is it that you needed me to do? I'm delighted I could help you. Follow me to the reef heart, and I'll ensure that you and your shiny things will be part of the reef's energy forever. Sounds artistically satisfying to me. Lead on. I'm just gonna go by the thing that the Gaia has consumed it. Essence corals produce growth essence, which is used to study growth. Okay. Growth coral. Growth coral allows you to grow the knowledge of your reef. Each growth coral increases the study rate. I was not expecting a 3x3 grid when I placed that, but okay. Alright. So we're building our buildings. Where do we have our energy listed? So you're producing 50 energy. You're consuming 10. You'll consume however much. You're consuming 2, and you're producing 5. So we've got plenty of energy to spare. So we need to let this finish, and that's looking like that's going to be my tech tree. Is going to be locked behind that. Uh-oh. Temperature's rising. Yeah, so structures are slowly causing the temperature to increase. Study the crafter growth. Build 1 crafter. So we go to this thing. I'm wrong. Let's actually read. To study growth... Oh, there's a research button down here. Okay, growth lets you discover new corals and improve your reef. To study growth, you need resources, but you can begin studying without all the resources. Growth essence is required. Stronger growth may require more advanced resources. Study your first growth, the crafter, it's essential. Unlocks crafter. Used to craft items, each crafter allows crafting more items at the same time. This extends the queue. Okay, so you got that queued up. And so we're waiting on this to give me more essence. So that's going to keep warming our stuff up. So we're going to want to counter that. So you make it colder. You also make it colder. So you make the pH go up. You make it colder. You make it hotter. You make it hotter. So plunk another clam over here to try and balance this out because we are slowly gaining heat. We're gonna have to find something to burn pearls on. Okay, so fast forward while our research stuff gets done. And you're consuming 20 power. Trying to see if there's somewhere up here we have our power rating. I don't see that. There's something about a hatchling there. Oh, here we go. We're consuming 49 of our 60 power we're producing from what that was saying. Okay. I've got more material. So you take 10 power, so I can afford that. Okay, so that should give me higher production of research, and then this will counteract the heat it's producing. And you use 10 and... how much power? 15. Where did I see the power consumption here? So I've only got 11 power. So what's going to need to happen here then is we're going to need to get this set up, producing an extra 5 power. And then we'll need another clam to counteract its situation. Yeah, so right about to overload our power network. Okay. Oh, there's the power marker up here. Total consumption production of energy network called heart flow. Connected directly to the reef heart, this can create multiple networks and then combine them later. Okay. So we're going to be producing way more pearls than I need. I'm going to need to find some way to dump pearls. The other thing we could do... Let's get a spot there we can add more. But nowhere else. Because that'll give me a little bit more coral production as well. Because it seems like coral's my big bottleneck right now, coral and research. But let that all, you know, cook for a minute. Okay, and with those, one more round of that should finish that research, so we can get our crafter. There's a possibility I'll end up needing to get rid of some buildings as things go on. We're still kind of learning this, so I do expect some pain points to be run into along the way. Okay, so that should fix our power again. Study a growth. Okay. So next we'll go ahead and we'll just queue up the Sprite Well next. Unlocks a Sprite Well, a structure that harnesses well springs to provide Sprite souls. Resource producers have internal storage. It fills up and will stop functioning. That's fine. So we got our crafter. It's got an upkeep of 10. Yeah, just have to keep queuing things. Okay. And I grew some of the stuff a little bit earlier, so we're kind of running into a pain point here. Our structures are continuing to increase the temperature faster. That is a deep concern. And unfortunately, the only workaround I have is to keep building clams. And what are you waiting to make? Another clam. I just need to let it cook because I gotta get more of these clams because it is a thing that we will gradually heat up our water until it becomes no longer survivable for our reef. So there's gonna be definitely like a balancing act of this increases the temperature, that brings it back down, this increases the temperature, that brings it back down. Okay, so when you finish building that, that should balance us or stabilize again. I'm sure there'll be ways that we can also temporarily sink heat and whatever. So if like we have balance, but I want to bring it back down or whatever. There's also likely going to be things that have run-on effects, like I assume as we start adding animals to the area, that some of those will have kind of knock-on effects of their own. If a clam is full, does it stop producing heat? Don't know. That'd be really rough, because then I gotta, like I said, find a pearl sink. I'm assuming not. I'm assuming it will still do the temperature stuff. Okay, so we got the Sprite Well. We'll get anemone and algae queued up there. Okay, so the Sprite Well brings down the pH, and you bring it up. So our pH is slowly climbing. We're going to want to get some Sprite Well. Oh, it needs a wellspring. Okay, so if we do that, that'll end up balancing that out. But our power is not keeping up, so we'll need to get that resolved. We can check here. They're full. Oh. Okay. That's a lot of temperature going up right now. I didn't check. Do you produce temperature? Yeah, so those power buildings are producing temperature. It might genuinely be a problem. I'm waiting to see if we see a change. Yeah, no, it looks like it very well might be a thing that when they fill up, they stop producing. Okay, so that means we can't just aggressively scale up. Because I gotta find a use for those materials. And right now I have a significantly higher rate of production of pearls than I do for coral. So as a result of that, I am having the coral get ahead. Algae coral produces algae which serves as food for most species of wildlife. Producing too much algae can be dangerous and trigger algae bloom hazard. Secondary effect, a decent amount of pH. Oh, okay. Hold up. So we just unlocked the ability to look at a lot of stuff. So I got that over here. Requires biodiversity, biodiversity, biodiversity. Okay, so all those have a biodiversity requirement. Which I'm assuming that will help resolve. Okay, so really starting to get nervous about this temperature issue. So for the temperature issue, let's go ahead and we're gonna reclaim this thing. And reduce that temperature. The power's still in rough space. We're at 0.4 up, which is a lot. Okay, so crafter needs unknown recipes. We'll worry about that later. Okay, so we got a problem now where I need power to run this. And you also need power. And you consume power. Oof. What's going to need to happen here is either one, I'm going to have to keep expanding my power production. Oh. Let's see. We can move stuff from one place to another. We don't actually have the choice of doing that yet. Harvesting clean. Yeah, we're using way more power than we have. Okay, so what we're going to go ahead and do here Can I, like, turn this building off? Not really. Let's go ahead. Because we keep trying to build power, we're going to get ourselves in more and more trouble. For right now, reclaim the Sprite Wells. I can go with less labor. I still need to get 2 more power back. We'll bring back what clams. Let's see, can you click enabled on the top of the building? I see. Okay, yeah, so we can turn them off. That's good to know for the future. Alright, so it gave me power. Unknown recipe, crafting basics. Here you can craft whatever. That's going to use a lot of pearls and a little bit of seagrass. And then you are doing whatever it is you're doing over here. So right now, the pH is going up and the temperature is going up. And both to a potentially dangerous degree. So I really need this crafting nothing. Okay, so we need some biodiversity. Yeah, this does look like it'll consume way more pearls than other stuff, so it looks like I gotta get this crafting thing online to consume the pearls so I can turn the clams back on. But it looks like we were waiting for... some seagrass to show up. Which it mentioned something about something getting us. Resource output algae. I'm not seeing where the algae comes into play. To craft Sprite Egg, open the crafting menu and click on this. Alright, yeah, base materials. This is a crafting menu. You can craft different items on the base menu, modifiers and all that. So we don't have anything listed here. Crafting menu. Select a Sprite Soul. The crafting menu, select Sprite Soul and begin crafting. I don't see what you're talking about. We can go ahead here. We'll put Sprite Wells back. This is nothing. I'm not seeing anything here. I'm a little confused here on what's going on. Last button? Oh. Large storage crafting menu, which brings this up. I can't click on anything here, can't click anything there. None of these seem to do anything. Is there something I gotta figure out here? Those are corals. Provide Sprite Souls. Turn that building off right now. Okay. Yes. Oh, there we go. Sprite Soul Craft. So I need to get the I need to get the Sprite Souls to be able to craft. Alright, let's go ahead and get another one of these. Because that'll at least use up some of these materials. Look at the state of this place. So empty, so lifeless. We must do something about this immediately. What do we need to do? Life! That's what the reef needs. Hustle and bustle, aquatic fauna, going about their daily lives. And the dishes in the oceans are picky. They won't just wander onto the reef. They need to be lured. How do we lure them? Well, you're lucky enough that there's a presence in all oceans, over 5 fathoms of champion lure crafter. Gosh, I had no idea. We'll need materials, and I can see some growing in the sand. A crafter and a few water sprites. And remember, the more diverse the life on the reef, the easier it is to expand. Alright, let's get crafting. Alright. Wildlife needs to be housed and fed, or they will leave your reef. Habitants and food must be built in the same zone. Be lured into it. Check the status in the zone area. Okay, that didn't give me the info. Oh, zone overview is way up here. There's no housing, no anything. That's fair. And we don't have anything to do with there. Building-wise, we have the anemone, which has another thing that's going to be knocking on a little bit more pH. We'll put that up there. And we're still at a very net up pH and all that. So we're definitely going to need to come up with different ways of reducing our heat. And all that stuff. Meanwhile, we're working on the biodiversity. It looks like we're going to get different coral types. So it looks like what we're going to do is we have coral to make it cold, hot, alkaline, or acidic. So we'll want to deal with that for temperature management and pH management. Because we're already very quickly creeping up to potentially dangerous pH and temperature. Alright, so we've got that, and we need to come up with better power resources. Because you only give me 5 power, and each one of those increases the temperature that much more. Alright. Is there a way I can junk some of this? Not really. That's fine. Okay, we can potentially enable you again. Let you combat the temperature a little. Okay, so with all those turned on, we can ever so slightly reduce the temperature, so it's kind of flagging back and forth there. We actually have the pHs now in the negative slightly. So that should be bringing it down. So we're actually okay in that spot. Okay, so we need more anemones, and we're going to need more algae coral. Alright. So that's gonna really jack up our situation. Oh, I see. If I let that shut off, it'll cause us issues. We're gonna need to get more power. And we're gonna need to research the cold coral pretty early on. But I need to get a little bit of biodiversity before that can happen. Harvest seagrass. And then craft the seagrass lure. Alright. Long time no see. Hey, Floral, how's it going? Need to hear your reaction to today's Nintendo announcements. I actually haven't caught up on them yet. Just like basically woke up, had to get stuff done, and then went live. But I haven't had a chance to catch up on any of it. I heard there's good stuff there. But that said, I don't own a console these days, so a lot of times I don't watch what Nintendo's doing too much because half their games don't even become available to anything I have hardware for, unfortunately. Okay, so we gotta slow this down. So we crafted the lures. Oh, it wants me to harvest more seagrass. You know, a little worried about these temperatures building up in the pH. Everyone's buying a console for this? Yeah, we'll see. I haven't bought a... Like, I used to have a bunch of the consoles when I was younger, but it's kind of I could have a console or a PC, and I need a PC for work, so it made it harder to justify a second piece of hardware to do the same thing. Alright, to use lures, craft the ready lure storage. Okay. Biodiversity is consumed when studying growth and unlocked zones. Losing wildlife can reduce your biodiversity. This can enter into biodiversity debt if it goes below 0. Habitats and food wildlife are exclusive to the zone, and they must be built and lured into. If you move and attract wildlife to another zone, be sure the required habitats and food are already built there. We have our first guest. Life is begin. I missed the dialogue. Sure. Alright, so what is this saying? The current algae seems to be struggling. Alright. Luring complete, so we got ourselves 1 cardinal fish and 9 clownfish living in the area. And then the temperature is going to continue to skyrocket because all these are going away because I need something to burn up a lot of pearls. Okay, so let's start with the chill coral. Means enabling this building. Means maxing out our power. Means I'm gonna have to just accept I'm building more power. So how is our power right now? We're 14 in a deficit. Okay. That's going to be a lot of extra heat. And then we're definitely going to need to get the pH under control because that is climbing very fast and is going to make our place unhospitable for life pretty soon. Now, I want to remember, acidic was up, pH was, or alkaline was down, if I'm remembering correct on your pH. It was, what was it, like 9 or 7 or something was the halfway point? It's been a long time since I've had to think about it. Okay, and I need to turn this on as well. Which of course means the power's overloaded again. And that's 10 more. I'm really concerned we are just going to, just bake. But the plan here is I want to quickly get us to being able to do the cold coral. To get this down. And then we need to deal with the acidity next. Acid is low. Okay, acid is low. Alright, so in that case, I want to make it more acidic. Alright. Oh, we're almost at 1 degree Celsius per whatever unit of time we are. We are rapidly heating this place up. Okay. So in this case, we want to go acidic. Alright, so let's go and see about our coral. We got chill coral. Uses power to make cold. Okay, and we'll also need to bring in more power. Okay, so the coral has to be on the stone. Yeah, because right now we're at plus a little over half a degree of Celsius per unit of time, and we are going up 0.2 pH per increment of time. Is that per unit of time, or is that this is how far off the baseline you are? This is per unit of time. Because it is, at least I believe it's per unit of time. I can actually be wrong about that. The temperature change this zone contributes to zone. I could be wrong about that. That could be off of base. Because here I was thinking that we're slowly going to be building up the temperature and eventually just cooking ourselves out of being able to survive. I think the whole, like, being balanced makes sense, though. All right. We can just keep building things. Here, 0.6. I'm waiting to see one of these update. 0.6, and it says 0.5 over. Because we can tell, because if it goes up or down, and we see the overall temperature drop. Because I think you're right that it is how much off of that amount. Yeah, no, that's exactly what I think. You're right. Okay, that's a little bit more merciful. I was worried that we were slowly warming the place up. That's interesting. That's acting like we don't have power and range. I guess we might not. Shoreline Gulf is too cold. Really? Structure's -3? Oh, that's 2 full degrees. Okay, I missed that part. Turn that off. I missed that it was 2 full degrees it was dropping it by. Okay. My brain was like 0.2. I was like, oh man, it's gonna take so many of those. There, so we got the 2 there. Okay, so we can get more algae to make it happier. Because we're like in the yellow here, and we probably want to be in the green. And if we go up into the red, then we get an algae bloom, which has its own problems. And meanwhile, you are working on getting the research. So what we can do is it's actually looking like now I've got the radiuses covered. I could turn around and start adding more and more of these things. Okay, power-wise, we have 2 power to spare. I'm just trying to cover the whole thing with power. And you require 10. That's the end of this territory. So that should give me enough for another one of these. That's slightly improved our algae rate. And then the hope here is we'll be able to get enough materials to get the acidic coral. Yeah, because we can get the 4 here to get our basic abilities to adjust the situation. You need more biodiversity. Fish Hollow unlocks Fish Hollow, allowed you to house basic fish. Okay. Alright, so we do have enough for another lure. So lure more fish in to increase our biodiversity a little bit. And then we'll probably end up needing more algae to keep things happy. All right. Send you all out to get all the grass over here. So we can make more lures when we go to want it. There's definitely a weird kind of like city builder of sorts. Okay, so research is actually getting done now. We brought in some more stuff there. This reef is getting a little bit cramped, hardly room to stretch my fins. We need to expand, which means strengthening the influence of the reef harp. So we can't just continue to build outwards? Oh, by my scales, no. That would be like balancing a whale on a barnacle. It would stretch the reef's heart power too much and cause it to wither and die. First, we must strengthen the reef's heart's influence. Only then can we safely expand. Sounds complicated. Nonsense, it's extremely simple. You just need to study the evolved reef heart. That will strengthen the bond between the reef heart and the surrounding areas. This will be covered in chapter 340 of my expansive notes, clause 5, paragraph 7b. I must have missed that. Alright, so we're waiting on research stuff, and we'll need to get that. Biodiversity, we're up to 4. because we've spent 2 and we have a total of 6. Those are all full. So we're going to need to put down another anemone. Then we can go to lure. Make it our seagrass lure. You know, bring in more fish. How's the power looking? We have 2 power to spare. We're about to use it. Because we'll build that. So we'll detour on some of this. So pH is continuing to climb. And then the temperature, we currently have reduced the temperature a decent amount. Granted, some of that's temporary. When the clams fill up and they shut off, they'll stop cooling everything for me. Okay, we finished construction of the housing, which has a power requirement of 3. We're getting that built, which will give us more power. Okay, we're luring more fish in. That should bump up our biodiversity a little bit more. And then with us back above 5, I should be able to research the evolved heart to continue to expand the heart to being able to do the next thing. Yep, so we're at biodiversity 5 now. Okay. Yeah, we finished our lure. And one more round and we'll finish our research. It'll be curious as we go along and new things end up being needed, how much everything starts to work at. Because I imagine what will happen is as we get more advanced buildings, they'll have a much higher, like, acidity or like a much higher temperature impact and those kind of things. So there'll be an entire thing around trying to balance that. I can also imagine as like the wildlife gets involved that they could potentially like throw things out of whack one way or the other. So you have like larger animals that would have more environmental impact, so you'd have to be prepared to absorb it. Okay, so we have the acid coral now. Not gonna worry about that yet, but that is good to have. So we need to have the evolved heart. That requires a lot of growth essence. And you get all sorts of different things like fish hollows and all that. Okay, so you take 10 power. Yes, we're down to biodiversity 0 because we just used it all up. So we can drop 2 of those and 1 of those, and that should balance out. So I can hopefully get that all sorted. Now, the game does mention that there's events that can happen. Like, we have seen if we let the algae get too high, you can have an algae bloom. So, I don't know if all of the events are based around your actions. Okay, so let's double check. Okay, so we got 14 power to spare. That takes 10, and then we can put 2 of them to more algae since it's sitting pretty low on here. Okay. Yep, so slowly increasing the amount of algae we've got to be no longer in the yellow and more towards the green. You spent all your bursts of biodiversity. You get more by drawing in more life. Alright, so let's go ahead and keep doing that. Do this. Grabbing another anemone. Power. Okay. Then we go down here, make ourselves a new lure. Alright. Yes, the big thing is we're pretty much waiting on the growth essence for our research is kind of the main thing I'm working on right now. So I can go ahead and evolve the heart to get onto the next area. And I'm assuming things will continue to scale up and escalate. Alright, and as soon as we get that going... Hi, wifey.
Do you like the chicken pot pie?
It's good.
Yeah?
Mm-hmm.
Does it taste like chicken?
A bit.
Does it taste like pots?
Probably not.
Does it taste like pie?
Yeah.
Well, that's really bad.
Mm-hmm. I assume you're heading to bed?
I'm going to bed. I love you.
I love you too.
Have a good dream.
That I am. Alright, so we're going ahead and getting more research going on here. That's it working. It looks like it basically every 2 of these like brain coral thing here. Every time these like get processed twice, it takes 5 over there. So we're just gonna let that cook for a minute. We are attracting more biodiversity into the area. Now it did tell me that like having more different fish was more meaningful than more same fish. So we just got like 10 clownfish and we only went up 1 biodiversity because we already have a bunch of clownfish. So we are researching our evolved reef heart, which is what we'll work on next. And my assumption is we're going to get a lot more advanced materials and all that. Okay. None of this is how it works in real life. Let's see. Oh, was this city life themed automation? Not automation, it's more city builder. But it's like it's the kind of city builder that's more like balancing things. So like town to city and that kind of thing where it's like, okay, do I have enough food? Yes, no. All right, well then I can do this. Do I have enough cattle? Okay, well there's that. Versus your like survival crafter one where like, you know, they eat the food and if they run out, everything starts starving. You can have it where like you can make things too cold and inhospitable or too hot and inhospitable and all that you then start taking casualties. Right now we're working on some research. All right, let's speed it up even more. Gotcha. But at a glance, you thought it was like Microtopia, but sea life. I haven't played Microtopia, so I can't answer that. Okay, so all the pearls have like maxed out. That's fine. We're just letting this thing cut until this research is done. I could keep scaling it up, but you'll notice I'm kind of filling this pad in a little bit. I could certainly like make it denser, but I'm anticipating what'll end up happening is we'll keep getting higher level buildings. But I'm kind of just like, okay, we got kind of our big limit here that I can only put these coral in certain spots. I can only put these things in certain spots. So I can only get 7 of the water sprites here, and then a certain rate that the coral comes in. You see, it's an interesting game. It has some interesting takes on automation. The workers, ants, have limited lifespans, and one has to find ways to deal with that. Gotcha. Alright, so we're finally researching the evolved heart. Gonna let that cook here for a minute. Meanwhile, these will be producing more for our next research. And I am hoping the research carries over sector to sector. It's not like starting fresh every single time. If it does, that would be fine. So long as we get more progression stuff along the way. Okay. I'm also imagining we'll go into zones that'll have, like, aquatic vents that'll be venting heat and all that, like volcanic kind of thing. Meanwhile, you dip back into Alchemy Factory for your pre-work relaxation routine. Yeah, no, Alchemy Factory is great. As your reef grows, it becomes harder to track every zone. Open the zone overview panel to monitor zone conditions, housing effects, algae levels, and wildlife conditions. I'll deal with that in a moment. Storage corals have 2 main functions. The first is to increase the global storage, and the second is to be a resource drop-off and pickup location. This means you will not have to haul resources back to the reef heart if the coral storage has been placed closer to the resource producer. Okay, so this is saying in this zone I've got 4 anemones. Okay. So the storage coral, which gives us global storage. And once we build a storage coral, I'm assuming this is the thing where, like, some areas I won't have all the materials and I will need to move them between areas using the storage coral. Is what I'm guessing we're doing here. You have no biodiversity, that's fine. We're gonna have to, like, tech up more and more to get there. I'm gonna adjust the AC. I'm actually getting, like, properly cold in here. It's been blasting. It's not actually that cold in temperature. I'm just having it blasted on me directly. So it's going to be much cooler in this room than it is going to be by the thermostat. Okay, so we're getting the next one researched. Our power actually is doing really well all of a sudden. What changed with our power? Why is our power? Oh, when I leveled this up, you made way more power. That checks out. Also, when I leveled it up, did I get access to more of the pad or? No, same basic limit. Well, in the meantime, okay, so we got that done. Prime Reef Heart. That requires stuff we don't have. Okay, so you can have storage coral. Okay. We can go to you. I'll probably want the fish hollow. So make that happen. We can build another anemone. Make ourselves another lure. Let him tear that up. There you go. Alright, so we're just going to work away on that. We're gonna build another anemone, and we're gonna bring in some more fish to just try and creep that biodiversity one higher, so we can get our other stuff. I'm also working on getting the algae supply to be higher, to put us solidly in the green zone. Yeah, I'd say that's pretty good that we're in the green. And you got stuff for messing with the temperature and all that. Oh, is that count down how long it thinks it's going to be before it gets done? That's cool. Alright, so we're actually waiting on pearls, which is interesting because that actually shows those are overfilled, but that's just the workers taking too long to get between them. Okay. But yeah, with the fish thing, we should be able to get, I'm assuming, more varieties of fish. Because I see that we have, like, the clownfish and all that. And that there's sea turtles, octopus, seahorses, and crabs. And we have to have a certain level of resources already available in the area to get that. Yeah, the bulk of what we got is almost exclusively clownfish, with the very rare exception. Okay, so we finished the storage. Expansion. Own one zone. Click inside the border of a locked zone to open the zone panel. Develop 1 to 2 zones with 20% development. You need biodiversity 5 to get the Boulder Delta. Abandoned Reef biodiversity 5. The Emerald Fjord requires biodiversity 3. Okay. So we'll want to go down here and get the next one. Meanwhile, we're going to need to improve our biodiversity. Right, so let's grab you, do this, drop you over here. And hopefully, once that's sorted, I'll be able to go to this building and research the thing for keeping additional stuff there. I am noticing our stable ecosystem is starting to climb. We're back up to biodiversity 1. Actually make it 2 because we got our cardinal fish, that's good. You have unhoused wildlife. Build more anemone. Okay. I know, I'm actively working on it. Stop blinking and angrily at me. And the biodiversity is continuing to go up. So we can go to research, fish hollow, start. Okay. The lure is finished operating, so we just gotta wait till they get the research done and get the other anemone up, because that's housing. Now goes our stuff. So our pH right now is starting to get pretty high. So I'll put a coral, start reducing it. I'm gonna get 11 extra, so we should be okay. So we can try and keep our acidity in a good place. It's interesting that we're having a tendency to go more alkaline and I'm having to add acidity. Generally speaking, the problem we have in real life is the other way around, that there's a tendency for everything to move towards acidity, that we run into environmental problems with the acidity of like the ocean and lakes and rivers going up. Now granted, that's dealing with all sorts of man-made problems such as, you know, various chemicals getting dumped into the water supply and yada yada. Alright, so we got a fish hollow. Alright. So start working on that as well. And hopefully this will let us build up our diversity, because it was what? I needed 5? I needed 3. So my hope is we go over here and I can plunk down another lure there. And it'll bring in something new. Or not, I don't really know. But then we could expand in the next territory. In the meanwhile, we just keep researching. So we have a fish haven. 5, 5, 5. 10. So 1. 1. Okay, we'll leave the rest alone. Because I don't want to spend our evolutionary points on something I might not actually need. Or sorry, not our evolutionary biodiversity. Okay. So we're getting the pearls we need over to the Sea Life Hollow, whatever, Fish Hollow. And I'll try putting a lure and see what happens with that. There'll definitely be a curiosity of how this goes long term so far as like the expanding in new territories, the impacts. So you still have 5 spare power. That should be enough for that building. I don't have any other ones going. Alright. This is definitely a kind of game that can mellow you out. I could definitely see, like, in the evening, if you're playing this game, just listening to, like, the gurgling of the water and all that. I could definitely see it just, like, lulling you to sleep. Not like in a bad way, it's just, it's a very, very relaxing, chill game. So you can support 10 wildlife. Okay, so lesson learned. This has its own requirements that aren't being needed. So there's the how many points to evolve into Jamaican accented crabs? You just need a rebellious princess of a daughter. It's a you know, a hard requirement, unfortunately. All right. Sea Turtle Cove, Turtle Grass, whatever. That's biodiversity 5 and a ridiculous amount of materials. We have Fish Haven, it's kind of the same thing. Evolved Fish Hollow. Those are also, like, evolved versions. Oi, I need to stop yawning. That suddenly came out of nowhere. Prime Reef Heart. That's fine. Yeah, so all these other ones are locked behind Biodiversity 5. Which we're at 3. Oh, you need more power. That's fair. Okay. Oh, right. We have 3 biodiversity, so we can go down here. So when I have 25 pearls, we can just buy the new location. And my assumptions will be popping back and forth. Oh. That's interesting. Fermona's showing us way higher. Oh no, okay. So the next tile over is volcanic. I see. So next tile over, we're gonna have to do some work to cool it off to make it, you know, hospitable. That's fair. We already have the correct building for dealing with that. We'll just have to go in there and knock down the temperature with a bunch of our cooling corals and all that. All right. That's more like it. Space at last. Breathe in that H2O. The change of scenery is certainly nice, but what should we do here? The world is our oyster. We could harness the resources here, build new corals in this space, free space. There's also an opportunity to attract new creatures, liven the place up a bit. You see, the area's native flora is very different, which means lures crafted will attract new fish. Then we'll have something else for the clownfish to bother with their chit-chat. I'm quite fond of the clownfish, actually, but there doesn't seem to be any grass around here. All in good time, young one. Seagrass is picky. It won't start growing until the area has been reinvigorated a little bit. Set up some corals and build a base before you know it. We'll be able to get up to our gills in seagrass. Alright, let's get it done. Time to make some new friends. Okay, so this area is way too hot. What's that saying? Silted. This structure is silted and will need cleaning. Don't forget to create more habitats for food sources. Have no more biodiversity, that's fine. Alright, so we need to go to the new zone. Yeah, so you're saying your temperature's at 3? Gotcha. Okay, so new zone's still attached here. But, like, each zone has its own thing. So you're gonna need to go back and forth, bringing the materials here to get that going. And then this zone will have its own inhabitants and all that so far as the fish. But that's fine. So let them go over here. We're going to cool it off enough that we can get things stabilized. And then we're going to start adding other reef and all that in here. There's a good chance you're not going to have the power. Let's see how all that works. You make 5 power. You consume 3. Alright. We'll see how far that gets with us. Because I don't know, with like a lot of these things, like I'm assuming a lot of it is based on the grid so far as power transmission and all that. It just seems like our sprites build stuff all over the place. But my guess is if we don't cool it enough, that things start to die in the area. Yep, so it's going. It is too hot. So we're trying to cool it off real quick. Because that coral is slowly dying. And my hope is, as the temperature gets closer to reasonable, the rate the coral dies will be slower until I can stabilize it. Oh, stretching, stretching, stretching. Comfort represents how stressed the structure is. Comfort reaches 0, the structure becomes disabled, and will lose health over time. Okay, so now the problem is the power. I need you to get that online. At least one of your structures is critically low on comfort and will be disabled until comfort is recovered. So we're prioritizing this to get some power going on here, and we're going to be doing a juggle back and forth to try and stabilize things. It does make me curious on a little bit of this. Like, will there be a need to having a certain number of sprites to be able to get over here to get your foothold there, and then you can build out once you get your foothold there? Okay, the temperature came down some. You're enabled again. And you're enabled. Yeah, if we get like one more of these on, we might be in range. And once we're in like the appropriate range to being able to work, these should start to recover. Prioritize that over the next one. Okay, you need more power. Yeah, so if we get this one online, that should drop the temperature enough that this stuff will start stabilizing and no longer be having problems. Alright. Next, we need to get below 29. Come on, get this one done. We can get these built to where we can stabilize them, then we'll be good. Then we can start focusing on other stuff. So I think that one will be done in time to have both of those up, which should bring it down into the acceptable range, I believe. The thing that's interesting here is these ones, like, their comfort's crashed. Alright. Oh, you're so close to the temperature I need you. So let's reclaim you real fast. And tell you to rebuild. I don't know if we get the whole thing back or not. You're right on the fence. If I can get them to build this really quick, that might just barely bring in the range I need it. It actually looks like this one's comfort is starting to come up. And if that happens, it should turn back on. And then, like, we'll have to juggle it, because I might actually crash the temperature as well. But we'll figure that out. Seems like the trick here is getting my foothold. Yeah, these are starting to recover health instead of losing it, so we're, like, right on the edge of what's acceptable. No, what we'll probably want to do is put a global storage here and start putting like the area to get coral and all this stuff in the area. Hey, we're in the healthy range. So I've stabilized that. We can go here and have you. Oh, we don't have that researched yet. Research. Oh, does biodiversity? Okay, biodiversity is not there. Hydrothermal vent. We can give the air seeps. Heat can't be harnessed. Placing a vent coral on it. Well, I don't have a vent coral. Okay, we've got those. And nowhere for placing any more of our things to get more spirits. Drop 2 of those. Have the storage building. Okay, we'll let them just work on that gradually. Meanwhile, we can go over here, and all the rest of this is waiting on biodiversity. So the goal here is to get all this set up, and then as this gets set up, why is it in shouldn't be enough? You know, actually, did they have the option to change units? Because I actually don't remember if I looked there. It's daytime formatting. I mean, I don't see anywhere I could change that. I'm not too fussed by it. Because, you know, 90% of the world uses metric anyways. And that for the temperature of stuff like water, metric, I would argue, is the better system. I say as someone who uses Fahrenheit for, like, temperatures outside. But I would say for, like, water systems and all that, Celsius just... Not metric. Celsius is the better system when it comes to dealing with water. You know, where 0 is freezing, 100 is boiling, and all that. Yeah, no, most games when they support, I can have both. Can we switch it to Rankins? No, only Kelvin. It doesn't actually give me a choice that I was able to find to change the temperature type or units. But definitely we would want to be using Kelvin. Gotta do our science, man. So basically we need to get this one to a stable ecosystem of 20%. So the first one we're up to 34%. Yeah, I can't do more. Actually, I probably can do more. No, it's up to biodiversity 5. Actually, we probably can do. You don't see a vented coral, but that's fine. Yep. Alright, so hopefully we can get these all set up. And then with that, we'll be able to bring in a bunch more stuff. We're also bringing in the sprites over here. And so they should be able to produce stuff here as well. Did I put... These are clams, right? Yeah. I was pretty sure I put a couple of clams here to, support having the pearls made locally so they don't have to go quite as far. Which does remind me, I mentioned this before, we should probably put down at least a storage coral. Oh, I already had one. Never mind. So cancel that. It's interesting that that one didn't put any resources, but it's like making it toggle. That's fine. Alright, so let's like continue to do that. The stuff is recovering here. And we do already have lures. We're just pretty much waiting to get everything stabilized over here. And then once that's done, we can worry about the lures. Because I just need to make a place for the fish to stay. And then the implication is that we'll get more variety of fish here than we got in the other one. And that would probably want to send some of these fish over there and bring it over here. Yeah, I can fast forward. It's fine. It's very normal for like tycoon games and city builder games where there's going to be a lot of set it up, let it run for a while, set it up, let it run for a while. And I very much like that style of game. But yeah, no, if you're looking for like your fast-paced action RPG whatever, yeah, obviously it's not that. Oh, we are having power problems over here, so let's go ahead and drop a couple more of these in here to try and keep that power under control. There's probably things I could be doing to make this way, way, way more efficient so far as, being able to like build more production materials. Like that's what we're actually doing over here. Right now, I honestly feel like the bottleneck is not having this storage here does make it so we have problems there. Let's go ahead and prioritize you. The reason I want to prioritize this one is we need to get that power sorted out. Because if we have another one of those go off, we go back to things starting to overheat, which then I just turn off a different building and that should resolve the power. Okay, the power's back up to stabilized again. Or are you just not in range? I'm guessing you're just not in range. No, you're in range. Let's put priority in the power infrastructure. Okay. I also imagine it'll be a thing that as we get moving along in the game and we make more progress, things will probably be like getting our foothold into the next area will become faster. Because we gotta have more of these, whatever these spirit things are, running around doing their thing. Okay, so we definitely have the spare power, and it's not reaching here, so I'm just gonna assume you're out of range. Oh, you know what it is? Those power grids aren't connected. There you go, so that'll connect all the power grids there. That does mean this one we can choose to not bother. Okay, that's fine. That's not that high of a priority anyways. Hey, so Braxy, how's it going? Thank you so much for the 5 stream streak. I do appreciate it. Means a heck of a lot that people continue to come back all the time. Alright, so we're about to get the storage here, and that should make it where you see them going the whole way back and forth. They shouldn't have to do that anymore. We'll see. And then this is all the housing down here. That's what we're going to start being able to boost our biodiversity. And it does mention that a lot of these things are going to give me, like, power and all that. Like, I'll be able to get, like, really good energy out of the hydrothermal vents. Once I have the research, which I don't have and I didn't see it immediately. But that's okay. We're early game. We're getting that all sorted. Alright. The other thing we need is we can get more of the sprite things that zip around hauling our stuff. This tile did not appear to have any, whereas our first tile did. I imagine different areas have different numbers of those. Okay, so you're complaining about power. We already have power here to be queued up. Prioritize those two. And then this one. I wonder if we could bridge the whole way. Yeah, so that would bridge it the whole way. Let's try and make it all into one power grid. Because we can get that, that'll help a lot. Because once that storage comes back, comes online, that should go a long way for keeping it all up and running. Okay, so storage is online. So hopefully they won't have to run quite as far now. Okay, we've got our first of our houses, so let's go down here. And we're going to try and lure fish in at this location and see what we come up with. You're starving because I didn't build algae. Alright, that's my fault. We'll need to jump on that right away. Okay. Yeah, because we're at a debt, so what'll end up happening is the fish will slowly starve. You're running out of algae, so we're getting the warning there. Working on it. Okay. And I miss what kind of fish we got here. That's the same fish we had in the other one, which isn't super exciting, but that's fine. That's still a biodiversity rating of 1. And we've almost hit the objective for our expansion, which is to get that to 7 or to 20%. We're at 17. And I forgot to put power and range of you. Okay. Warning me we don't have quite enough food, which we're working on. Okay, biodiversity rating 2. We're aiming for 5. 5 should help. Okay, it says bringing in a bunch more algae. Probably need even more than that. Alright. Let's try and get these other ones going real fast, and that'll attract more fish in. Okay, let's do it again. So we get a better lure. So for research, none of those are looking like what we need. New materials I don't need. Unlock sea turtles, groves, turtle grass to feed and house sea turtles. Intermediate fish. That's all gonna be a whole thing. By Poseidon's scaly back, things are actually going rather well. Barring any horrific disasters happening in the next few seconds, I would say we have a decent chance of making something great here. Oh no, not now. Oh no, what's happening? You don't feel it, the rise in temperature? The smell of sulfur in the water? I thought the smell was you. If we weren't about to hit a heat wave and facing total devastation, we'd be having words about you disrespecting one's elders. Wait, what? Total devastation? We have no chill corals in place. The heat will destroy the reef. Still, you had a good run, young one. Well, had a good run. Let's just hope Gaia's merciful mood. Maybe in 20 years or so she'll give you another reef to guard. No, I'm not giving up, Pontus. I'm gonna find a way to save the reef. Periodically, hazards will occur affecting your reef in different ways. Hazard is about to target shoreline Gulf. When waiting for structures to be built, you can open their information panels and make your water sprites yet. So, I actually have a spare one of these, and we already have this one here. So... Oh, actually, I should be able to turn on the second one now? Yeah, we're like right at the edge of what you can handle cold-wise. So we'll see. We basically have that ready to cool off. The same basic fish. We are up to 4 biodiversity. And I'm assuming we just gotta weather this. It's all just clownfish and the occasional other tropical fish. Let's see, these waters can be dangerous and unpredictable, young sprite. But you'll find the solution to most of your problems in the growth tree you created for you. Yeah, so it seems like the heat wave's not actually... Well, no, it's still going up. Trying to see where it settles, because we can go up to 29 degrees before it's a problem. It is still climbing steadily. Let's go ahead and... Building our chill coral real fast. Prioritize that. Okay, the temperature's getting too high. We have a real problem now, so we need them to build it now. It's not seeming to climb more. Okay, so temperature stabilized again. This is the new subtonic. It's a real trip. Not bad, not bad. I always knew you could be able to save this place. Really? Total devastation, you said? Well, maybe I was being a bit hyperbolic. Just for dramatic effect. You see, it's really good, really got you moving, though. So you're testing me? In a way, but you passed the flying colors. Thank you, I think. But of course, you had the right mentor. Of course. Now, on to more important things. We must keep expanding, but there is something strange stirring in these waters. The silt across some of these zones is unusually thick, and I can't make any sense through it. You can enable or disable structures in the information panel. Disabled structures cost no energy and no longer function. Okay, so now it's getting too cold. So turn that off. Okay, turn this off. Survive your first hazard. There is wildlife that would like to ask you something. Click on that. Oh gosh, the reef building is all exciting. We want to be the first to go into the new zones and see the world. Please, 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 please. Migrate 10 clownfish from Ember Ford to the shoreline. Sometimes you'll have to move your wildlife between zones, either on their own request due to overcrowding, or to deal with threats in our zones. Alright, well, first of all... Okay. So go to the wildlife management thing I clicked on a dozen times. There you are. And we want to move you from here to here. So you're gonna let that build for a minute. You have completed the quest the clownfish gave you. So +5 biodiversity. Thank you for moving us. Everything is so new and maybe a little scary, but there's some stuff to adventures to somewhere. Alright, so we need to develop 4 zones to be +30. So that should be giving us +5 biodiversity. There it is. Alright, so with all that extra biodiversity, we want to go ahead and see what we could do to help our biodiversity. So we've got the fish haven. The thing is, we aren't getting stuff we need to deal with that. Sea Turtle Cove and all that. We can keep going that one. Unlocks Coral Refinery. You have to get that done. You finally recruited the Snarfs, the underwater Smurfs, and with snorkels. Was it Snarfs or was it? Oh man, I know there was actually a whole thing about like underwater ones there. Unlocks Fish Haven. Used to house intermediate fish. Fish Hollow, basic fish. Used to house clownfish and all that. That'll be one that'll take a while. We'll go and get the Turtle Cove going. Snorks. I think that was the one, was Snorks. Yeah, so you're gonna work on that. That gives me 4 biodiversity. So 10, 10, 10, 5, 5, 5, 10, 5. Okay. It's looking like I'm gonna need 5. Get it, Snorks? Children's show writers are so clever. Yep. Yes. Alright, so what we can do here. We got those. Nothing there. So we'll just keep on expanding. You can actually use a little bit more algae going on down there. Yes, your structure's at 75, but that's because some of them are still recovering. That's fine. Then once they get that built, we'll try bringing more fish in and all that. Right now, the problem is we're only getting clownfish and all that. Yep, and you're coming along just fine. You'll be bringing in more food. That's okay. Yeah, so it looks like we want to keep this around 26 degrees Celsius, and then the pH levels we'll have to deal with as well. But they're relatively tame. We want to keep building more houses and all that, because when I hit 5 for biodiversity, we can go to the next tile. And then it looks like what'll happen is our animals will like randomly decide they want to migrate or whatever. And when that happens, we'll be able to like move them around to get ourselves a boost in the biodiversity. Yeah, hopefully you can get to the point where we're starting getting like the bigger fish, because then my assumption is we'll be able to do that. What's with the little circle around the grass? It's just letting me know it's ready to harvest. Oh, red grass is a different one. Okay, hang on. All right. Just grabbing all the grass, because it was we had the green one earlier. It's like, okay, well the green one we don't care about. Not that much. I already have a bunch of lures. But there's apparently red ones that make a large lure. So each type of biome is a different type of grass for new lures. Yeah, no, I just came to that realization. We'll go ahead and drop you here, and my assumption is the big lures will be for that. So let's go ahead and build in our fish hollow. And power-wise, it says you're at -1. We're gonna go ahead and get more of this clean, or more of this expanded. Bring in more fish. That should put us up to 5. Meanwhile, let's go over to this thing. We can go to crafting. Alright, there's the big lures, and I already have 3, I thought, was it? No, where was it? I made... Oh, no, we only have the one fish hollow. That's fine, so go over here to you. And you cost 3. Let's take care of that. You've already got several of these. Right, and that's more power there that'll take care of that. Okay. Wait, what's this here? Oh, that's just telling me it's going to be roughly 2 minutes before you get there. Okay, so what we can do here then, so you pop up to you. Yeah, so you're probably going to need more algae. We'll worry about that in a minute. So you're getting your additional housing sorted out. Alright, so there's one place them to sleep over here. Then the hope is that our fish hollow here will now get our bigger fish in there. There we go. Now we're seeing that biodiversity score jump up a lot. So we're getting a capelin, a yellow tang, a flamefish, a green chromis, a munish idol. Thinking, have a clownfish, a it's just a bunch of specific fish. Build more fish hollows. I already am, and they're already underway, so we just literally gotta wait for it. And that should take care of itself. I know, I'm working on it. Okay, so you're building the first of the extra fish hollows. That should give us some bigger fish to be dealing with. Puts us up to 14 biodiversity. Once that's done, we'll want to get the next thing. Meanwhile, we can go over here and be like, alright, you know what? As soon as we get the pearls, grab the next zone and just keep expanding. Boy, that is way too much yawning. Alright. The reef is getting so crowded, it's becoming harder to find one another. Could you build 4 fish hollows that border each other? I mean, sure. Alright. I was gonna want to do that anyways, but you know, sure, if you just want to tell me to do it for extra prizes, I'm not gonna say no. Meanwhile, I can pop in here real fast because there's a bunch of you. Drop another lure to draw them in. Alright. Yeah, I'll need to go into the art zone and get it up to 30% development, which I think that's just going to be a matter of, once we get the hollows built down there, just dropping a lure should automatically kick us over. Okay, and they're all running around trying to get all our projects done. Okay. Okay, there's the lure. Bringing in more variety of fish and all that stuff. They're up to 15. Put a bit more algae there to continue feeding the fish. Okay, lure's all spent, that's fine. You completed it, so it's going to give me extra biodiversity and a bunch of pearls. Okay, so next one over, we can snag that. Let's see. Build 100 structures. That's okay. Alright. And we can worry about stabilizing that in a minute. Okay, so we can go over here, tell you to harvest all this. Seaweed overgrowth. Okay, so you can go to seaweed overgrowth then. And grab you. There. So you can go ahead and have that all torn up. You're doing fine. You just need to have your anchor dropped here. So let's go ahead and do this. Or not anchor, lure. So drop the lure over here to draw in some of those other fish. You got a couple of those available. You're going to also need more algae to make you happy. Alright. So that should go and improve that. Get our bio or stable ecosystem up to 30%. Meanwhile, we're just starting to get this all torn up to start getting its stuff going on. Hey, a night driller, how's it going? And now we just need to let this cook, because I'm queuing up more and more and more, which is fine. But everything's just kind of sitting here stalled for a moment. Alright. You're doing okay, which is good. Yeah, that's not bad. Hey, Treacle, how's it going? But definitely check out Treacle, another fantastic content creator. I've been playing RimWorld recently, but plays a lot of similar games to what we play here, so if you like the content here, you'll probably like it over there. That is just kind of how that works. Some people are doing relatively the same things. But definitely good times over there. Very fantastic, very chill vibes, very good time. Okay. So let's quickly pop in here. So you get me more of a coral supply here. There's one over there. Looks like we're gonna need... It's honestly looking like the problem right now is I don't have enough of the sprites running around. Which with that, I believe we'll be able to get one or two. Would you look at that? Our work is encouraging new materials to grow naturally. Try in some other zones to see what pops up. Okay, so you got that. And how are you doing? You're at 25%. Okay, so we probably need to get more of those going, but we need to wait and let this cook. That's on your list. It looks cool. Oh, are you demoing this game because it's out now? You remember playing it at Next Fest some while back. This is my first time checking it out. It was as well as things coming up. Most of us like to, let's say, most of us live on algae. You'll need enough to keep us fed, but not too much, or we'll get an algae bloom. We can't be held responsible for one of those. So, could you build us some more algae coral? Some algae corals? Sure, you would like some more algae corals. I am happy to oblige. Alright. So we can go over here again, build. 2 more for the fish hollow. Okay, so we completed the quest, which is increasing our biodiversity. And you're still waiting. Like, I need to stop building for a minute and let things just catch up. Sprout coral. Alright, get those power grids connected. Yeah, so I just need to let it, like, cook, because I got all these buildings queuing. And they're doing a good job of getting them built. I'm just queuing up stuff so fast that the research is getting kind of stuck. Versus other things. Yeah, so you're up to 42%, you're at 28% in climbing. And you're at 4%, which is fine. Oh, hey. The Lost Spirit is a dolphin who wants to play before moving on. Oh my gosh, company, friends, it's been so long. But now it's playtime again. Who? Oh, by the nature of the excited chatter, my guess is a Lost Spirit used to be a dolphin. Intelligent, playful creatures when not driving one mad with their incessant prattling. Dolphin, yes. Was playing with friends when I got caught in the net. Bad. Who leaves nets laying around? Bah. But now you're here, and playtime can resume. I doubt you'll be able to get this Lost Spirit to move on without indulging it for some spirited rambunctiousness. Water sprites may prove useful in this regard. They have unlimited energy for all kinds of playful shenanigans. Shenanigans are the best. Yes. Send me your little blue creatures and let the games begin. Alright. Yep, start playing with the spirit. That's fine. And we're just waiting for more stuff to get built here. Okay. So we satisfied it, and now we're bringing it home. And as I mentioned before, you bring it back to, like, Gaia or whatever, and I'm just going on my own joking thing that, you know, we collect their lost soul and then consume them. So many interesting games have been announced since the Summer Games Fest. Yeah, there's, like, no end to the game releases. Alright, so you can get a sudden influx of coral, which I don't need, a sudden influx of growth husks, which I don't need, and shiny green grass. Okay. That was wonderful. Yes, like old days again. Your little blue creatures have worn me out. Need some sleep now. So let's see. Show me the way home. It looks like they're ready to move on, or at least I can remove my anatomy earplugs for now. Let's see. Lead on to the reed heart, and the energy will infuse the reef. Okay, well. Interesting that we have shiny. Alright. We've almost got everything built. Bear with me, chat. I really do need to use the restroom, so I'm going to quickly step away and use the restroom, and I'll be back in just a minute. Thank you again for tuning in, and I'll be right back. Hey, thank you so much for the raid, Italics. I really do appreciate that. Welcome in, Raiders. Can we get a shout out for Italics, by the way? For those who don't know Italics, absolutely fantastic content creator. I highly, highly, highly recommend checking out. Plays a lot of similar games to what we play on the channel. But what were you playing today? And I also understand I get a raid and run, all that kind of good stuff. But playing some Terra Invicta, nice. Oh, we had a lot of fun with that. Today we've been bouncing between, we did the last couple, like, 2.5 streams or 3 streams or whatever it is. We were checking out Discounty. Well, again, check out Italics, absolutely fantastic. Still live in your campaign somehow. You haven't heard of this one. Yes, this is another one of those ones that got, like, you know, it got emails for. It's a city builder, but, like, you're building reefs for the things. So it's kind of like, a city builder like town to city, where it's not, you know, you slowly deplete your food or you slowly deplete your wood and then suddenly you're in like really dire straits or whatever. It's more town to city, where you kind of like balance things out and you expand and all that. Not quite that chill. They do have like heat waves and that kind of stuff to screw with you, but it's around that. But yeah, so we've been doing some discounting. We finished the new content they added 3 days ago, which is really good. Well, we finished one of the endings out of 3, which has been a lot of fun. Discounty's sort of a Stardew Valley-esque game, but less focus on relationships and less focus on, There's so much coming out forever right now. But, check out Italics, absolutely fantastic. Thank you so much for the Prime Gaming sub. I really do appreciate that. 9 months you've been subbed to the channel, so thank you so much for that. Yeah, no, it's definitely been like a whole thing of just desperately, like, we've talked about it on previous times that we were in each other's channel. Like, it feels like it's been since around November this past year that things kind of ramped up. And you're like, okay, you know, January normally dips back down. Like, there's nothing coming out in January, like the one odd out indie game. And it just kind of ramped up at November, just like flat, right at the top, being like, no, we're full send games coming out. It has been incredibly overwhelming. But yeah, so we played Discounting for the last couple days. We finished that and we're like, all right, well, what else do we want to do? And so this game is Life Below. It is, well, actually, I should introduce myself before we get into that. I am Rual Storge. I do play a variety of games here on Twitch. A lot of similar stuff to like Italics plays and all that stuff. Really, really wide range of games. Everything from city builders, settlement builders. Those are kind of the same thing. Tycoon, simulation, roguelites, tactical games, the whole range. It's all over. But yeah, so we're doing this. So basically the premise is like, you've got a region here, and you're building that stuff up. So you get like all your housing and all that stuff. Let's see. A hazard is about to target Ember Fjord. What is the hazard? The pH levels of the water are rising, and that's at Ember Fjord. I think this one was Ember Fjord. Yeah, Ember Fjord. So the pH levels are going to go up rapidly here. Do I have something to deal with that? Yes. So let's plan to be able to absorb some serious pH changes, because as I mentioned, there is in this one like temperature and pH and food and all that. Oh, that's going to happen fast. Yeah, so please build that, because we have a range that you can keep things healthy, and that's 8.1 pH to 8.49. So it's not a wide range. So we're officially into the spiking pH now. So as this goes, it'll escalate. Alright, so we're right about to fall outside of the safe range, at which point all the coral will start to die. We're 0.01 within the safe range, and we're out. So we're solidly in the danger zone. But we're trying to build some coral that'll help counter that. But you'll notice all of these here have the arrow here. If we watch it, they're slowly losing health. And then the coral start to die, causing problems. Okay, so we're back in the safe range. We're working on getting all that sorted. I'm waiting for it to go another tick and raise again. Alright. Looks like I'm actually low on pearls at the moment, which has been a long time coming. But yeah, so we're trying to raise our biodiversity and all that, do our research, and I just had like queued up way too much. It's a classic like RimWorld thing where you're like, oh, let me just design out my base or whatever, and then nothing gets done because they're doing like a little bit of everything and not getting any individual one sorted. Okay, it looks like this one's probably not necessary. So let's cancel that third one, and we'll leave this one here. And I can turn those on and off as I need them. But yeah, so you do like a lot of balancing in this one. So like, if I go and I build my research place, which is... yeah, so it's this one and that. So you see this one secondary effect, it makes the water a little hotter, that makes the water a little bit colder, that lowers our pH a little bit. That makes it hotter, that makes the pH go up a little bit. So you've got like kind of that, not rock, paper, scissors, but the thing where you end up pulling a couple different levers to try and balance it out. Okay, so you're stabilized and fine. You are still waiting on coral to be fed into you to finish that up. You're waiting on materials to be fed into you, so speed things back up again. Because it looks like we're stabilized. I'll probably end up turning one of those off when we're done. Both those, your algae is good, and then this one we're still getting started. Because the map, if we look at it, it's broken up into these different regions. And so each region kind of has its own self, like, you know, ecosystem. Your people do move and share resources between them all. But, like, this will have its own temperature and pH and all that. This will have its own temperature and pH. So, you can see, like, down here, this one is volcanic. So I have all these corals that are just keeping the temperature down. Where, like, this one I have just one operating to counter all the stuff I built. That's interesting. So you're still not happy with that. Let's go ahead and, I need more power. There's really not much land on this tile to work with. I wonder why you're not getting that done. And assume you have what you need to make that work. Okay, so you're also up to 30%. So pretty soon we're going to need to get some type of population going on here. I mean, I've got the coral matter. Oh, that's not coral matter, that's coral plates. I see. Yeah, okay, so I can't research those. In the meanwhile, we'll go ahead and research for dealing with hot and alkaline. That's why I was hanging. I was like, man, why is that not going over? We also have the seaweed overgrowth. So let's go ahead and choose to... don't reclaim that. Or that. Or you. But rip up all that seaweed. Okay, so we need to go back over here. Now that the pH thing has gone by. We gotta turn that back off. Okay, we finished researching heat coral. Let's go ahead and get alkaline coral going. And that'll be if we go to the cold tile and all that stuff. Alright, so with this, let's see what we gotta figure out to get you going. So, one of the things I'm gonna need is, if we're gonna raise anything here, we need food for them. So there's a bunch of food. And that'll be housing. And we're probably going to need a couple more power to handle that. I do see got a whole big area way over here. Meanwhile, keep the research flowing. Okay, so we got you. Okay, that's all coral plates. Requires Ruined Zone quest. We haven't gotten there yet. And all that requires coral plates. Right, okay, so we can actually... Oh, we can get a bunch more of the sea sprites. So you can get, like, 5 more. That'll speed things up tremendously if we can get the extra materials going on. Okay, so you work on those as able. And then with that, I'll be able to bring in some lures to bring in extra fish. And while that's happening, so you're an incredibly cold area that has almost no coral matter opportunity nearby. That requires a prime reef. Yeah, so we just need to get some surplus of pearls, and then we got another cold area. So we'll want to go in there and start setting up heat and whatnot. Because our current objective is to get 4 zones to be at least 30 stable ecosystem. And you do that by like bringing in the algae, bringing in the fish, all that. So like we got one of these up to 43%. This one down here is at 30% exactly. Okay, so with this I can drop another big lure. And I'll start filling those up, which should bump up the biodiversity just a little bit here. And stabilize the ecosystem just a little bit more. Yeah, so we'll make sure all of our food is in the green area. And sometimes, like, the fish will be like, I want to move to another tile, or I want extra this. And some of it helps guide you, be like, hey man, you're a little bit low on this, and other stuff is just pretty arbitrary. Okay, so we're getting all of the algae set up. Okay, and you finished doing the red lure. It still only has us at 30%. There's still enough for another red lure. Okay. You're continuing to do your thing. You're fine over here. Yeah, all of this is just to stabilize the heat that's already existing there, which will do the inverse over here in this cold area, so I can have a big whole area. Which it looks like they'll all be bunched up over here. Maybe over there. Now, I don't know if the map is handcrafted or procedurally generated. It looks like it's very easily could be a procedurally generated map, but you never know with these kind of things, unless they explicitly tell you. Alright. So we've got that. You're continuing to work on this. Still sitting at 30, but that's okay. You can continue sitting at 30. I don't mind. 30 does count. We've only got 3 spare power on the grid. Yeah, so we'll need 35 pearls to go up there. Which pearls are our bottleneck on this. Okay, you're up to 8. And you still need more. It's looking like we might actually be due to set up some more clams. Is that your source of pearls in this one? It's generated, and the name you give your reef at the starting screen is a seed uses. Gotcha. That's good to know. It looks generated. But some games they generate it when they're building the game and then tweak it to the purposes of whatever they're trying to accomplish. And then there's definitely other games where it's like it's generated each time fresh when you do it. Alright, so we got power problems, so let's go ahead and prioritize the moon coral here. Have 25 habitats. Cool. Put down a little bit more of that to try and help with our power. We definitely need better sources of power. Those things we're building only give us 5 power apiece. Which sounds like it might be a decent amount, except we have some buildings that go up to like 20 power consumption. But that's okay. They're grabbing as much as they can. Yeah, you're sitting kind of stuck at 30%. We'll have to figure that out. Point is, for now, get it to 30%. Okay. Now this... we do have what we need for the small lure here. And actually, this one's technically already at 30%, despite the fact there's no fish here. Which is about to change. You have unhoused fish in the lagoon. Why? I don't really understand why my small one is pulling bigger fish. That's weird, but okay. More power, more power. More power. That's fine. Okay, so power's up. So we're getting all sorts of new exotic fish we haven't seen before. But that does bump us up to our third one. And so we just need to let it run for a hot minute to get ourselves pearls stocked up. And once we get those pearls stocked up, it'll be time to take on another territory. We'll go for that Arctic one up there. We'll probably want to stockpile just a little bit of pearls with the intention of racing over, plunking down the power and a bunch of the heating things. Till we find the sweet spot of what I need just to keep things going. You know, it's interesting. So my assumption of what's going to end up happening here is that as we go along, some of the fish from one of the other zones will want to migrate into this zone, which is fine. And that'll boost its biodiversity, or the stableness there. 2 wildlife are leaving the lagoon. That's fine. I am actively working on it. Okay. And that'll be the power boost I do for the other location. I actually don't know. Ooh, actually, this one will be tricky because all of it's way over there. I think we take this tile first. And then bounce over to the other one. And you've got a very high pH. The reason I'm saying that is I can only build on the stone area, and there's no stone around here, so I'd have no way to bridge my power. I'd have to have like a separate network. Which means having them go all the way across, trying to build that, and trying to build the thing to heat up the area while it's all gradually dying from being too cold. Okay. Versus here, with this being relatively close, I can drop 1 power thing to bridge it over, and then we can just drop a bunch of things for the pH. That's fine. I'm already... You don't have quite enough power, but I'm already working on the next step. Okay. If I get a bunch of power coming in. Okay, so we got all you sorted. You're fine. Oh, we can still do 1 more of these, can't we? And we're actively doing it. That's fine. And that'll be more little buds that we can grab up here to help us build faster when we get there. So you're at 0.66. So it looks like I'm going to need 3 reductions to pH. So at what point does Exxon Valdez crash and completely reset your colony growth? Just oil spill. Just eradicates the entire coral reef. Feel good game. Promise. Okay, how's the power? I have 12 to spare. That's actually not enough, I don't think. Okay, and that's enough. We are going to purchase the boulder area. Okay, we've got you. So 1, 2, and then 3 ought to do it. And with 3 here, that should be enough to get all stabilized. Biodiversity. Okay, that's fine. Ooh, and stretching. Once you get part of the game, that is one of the disasters that can happen. That wouldn't surprise me. Okay, so now it's basically warning me, being like, hey man, the water here is too alkaline. Whales have been spotted heading towards the reef. Is that a good thing? You can heal your structures using the restore option, that's fine. For right now, I just need you to build that as fast as you can. Because I figured 3 of those is what it'll take to balance. There you go. Okay, so we're in business here. Now I just need to get the stuff stabilized up there. Alright, so we're going to go ahead and start doing, though, is ignoring all of that. That's more little worker bees to work with me. Ah, so you can't do anything with that yet because we don't have the ability to move the boulder. Okay, so we've got all those. Alright. And we're just putting a bunch of these down in pretty much every imaginable direction. Now, if we need to build, like, any type of defenses, that's an option. I don't think that's a thing in this game, but you get the idea. But, you know, basically spread things out as much as possible, cover as much area. Try and keep the power up. Alright. You got plenty of coral and all that happening. I do wonder if that's a thing I really even need to worry about at any stage. Yeah, what should happen is as that goes along, it should bring us up to a point that we hit the 30 environmental score here. And once we're at that 30 environmental score, then we should be locked into whatever. That'll probably unlock my access to more tech. Which will go a real long way for this place. One thing I do to also help. There's some clams. Because those will be my source of pearls. Because I also want to spread those out so I have pearls more localized where we need. Oh, right. We do have a storage building that is a mechanic in this game. I did not leave myself, because this one's only got like a little pad to build on. There you go there. And there you go there. You know, that covered that area. There you go, and that'll give me enough space to build up here for the cold zone next. Because it does look like we gradually get our biodiversity from just expanding all this stuff out here more and more. You can apparently have more of these. The more of those we get, the more workers I got zipping around able to do work. Okay, so we're starting to get up here to the point that we're getting the algae sorted. And with the algae sorted, we'll be able to start bringing in the fish. Alright. You know, it'd be interesting because you have all these things that say, like, cluster and all that stuff. Which is, there's a whole bunch of stuff in wildlife in there. That's interesting. I haven't seen that I've been able to pick up junk to clear it looking for stuff, but apparently that is a thing we can do. Okay. Alright, so we're getting that. So we got some coral matter and all that, which is fine. We're not running into problems there, but I did kind of over-spec that. Every chance it lets me build a coral thing, I'm taking the note. Every time it lets me expand the number of spirits or whatever we have, I've been doing that. Because there isn't like a food upkeep on your spirits. They're just basically workers that you have a kind of a cap on how many you can have at a given time. Alright, so we're getting ready to get the housing all set up. And how's my power doing? 16 to spare. Okay, I got gray grass. Definitely want to deal with that. And you just have the regular grass over here. Yeah, you just have regular green grass, that's fine. Because gray grass is something new, which means making potentially new lures, which means potentially new fish. All of which helps. Oy, I keep stretching. I woke up earlier than I wanted to today and couldn't get back to sleep, so I'm feeling a little bit low energy. It's a shame, because yesterday it felt like I finally had my sleeping schedule sorted. I, like, woke up right around the exact time I wanted to, got to sleep at the right time, too. But, just settling that sleep schedule back down again after travel. Alright, so we got the green lure and the red lure. And they're getting those all built. It's just waiting on the pearls, which you got coming in, so that's fine. Okay. So bring in a bunch of different fish. Biodiversity score is going up. As is our basic, like, eco-stability score going on here. That's climbing up a bunch, too. Okay, first lure is spent. Second lure is spent. Alright. So our food is good, all that's good, this is all good, everything's in their kind of acceptable range. So we're just pretty much waiting for it to get itself sorted out. You're solid, you got everything as you should. I wonder why it's not higher. It's only at 15%. Meanwhile, I can go down to you. Alright, so we can get the new lure, it'll give me different types of fish. Probably worth doing here. And those are bringing in more power, which you love to see. It's gonna overspec ever so slightly. Get some more power going on up there to keep it all topped off. Okay. Harvest that. Harvest this. The rest is all fine. The ecosystem is just percent measurement of what you built on. It only counts fully built structures? Yeah. No, just one of those things that's like, okay, but like, I have all the life support things. But it could be, like you're saying, that there's just other things that it just would count in. We'll just let it cook. It'll get there. Power is proving to be a perpetual problem. As it do. Yes, I'm guessing that percentage is just how developed the tile is, I guess is a better way to look at it. And you're going to collect more of that grass so that we can keep making lures. Alright. So we can use the lures to hopefully find yet more new fish. Alright, while they're building that, I'm gonna quickly grab myself a drink and I'll be right back. Okay. Because I'm trying to not wrap up early tonight if I can help it. I'm trying to get that sleep schedule back where it's at, so I need to stick to it, which isn't too big deal. It's just all like the sounds of the water kind of doing its thing. This is the kind of game I could see a person falling to sleep to when they're playing. They're just kind of going with it, just getting lulled to sleep by all the sound effects and all that. Not in a bad way or anything. But, like, when you're just chilling, for example, on Raft. Raft is not one of those games that you can kind of just zen with it, with the water going on, and slowly get lulled to sleep by the game. Okay. Okay. I'll collect all those. Which is fine. You're up to 22. And building fast. How is our power? Minus 16. In other words, absolutely wretchedly bad. There. That'll address that. Meanwhile, they are building their power locations, but rather just keep over-speccing it. It'll be one of those things, I'll get something unlocked to like use the geothermal, and that'll give me a bunch of power, and then these will be not redundant, but they'll be more like power poles than actually anything that significant. Alright, we'll deal with that in just a moment. Meanwhile, crafting. Ringgrass and seagrass. I see. Alright, so you're gonna go for the Boulder Delta. pH levels are dropping. Okay. So we would want to go with the alkaline coral. They're now my priority. And 2 should probably be enough. Because we want to keep that stabilized so we don't lose that. Yeah, so the acidity wave is starting to increase it. Okay, we're no longer in the safe range. So all the coral is slowly dying now in this this segment up here. You don't have enough power. That is a real problem. Alright, get these things online right away. Because those will start becoming a massive issue. Make sure they're all connected, that's not the problem. Why is your temperature crashing? I think we're for our first real challenge, Thalissa. Really? I feel like I've overcome some very real challenges already. Well, it's true. I think we're ready to face a completely different type of challenge. I have a strange feeling about this one by one of the nearby zones. You take a look at the shadowy area. I can't see through the silt in there, so you have to be ready to face anything. I'm ready as I'll ever be. So you're getting too cold. What is causing your temperature to crash? It says cluster minus 3.2. Oh. I see. So because I screwed with that, I did permanently reduce the temperature here by 3 degrees. Okay, that's not good to do that right after the other thing. So we did by 3 degrees. If I build 2 of these, then that should bring it up 4 degrees and put us back in the good zone. We need to get those built real fast. Before everything starts dying. That's kind of a catchy thing. We got infused coral, which I have no idea what is. I'm assuming that's a later game resource. Oh, what's the deal now? Got more power coming. Right before everything starts dying here. Okay. So power stabilized, we've got all that done. But yeah, that's kind of an interesting gimmick, is that for those who missed it, I basically there's like effectively like a loot box kind of thing here, a little, well, not even a loot box, like a chest thing that you kind of dig at, and it gives you random resources, but apparently it can also have the outcome of permanently changing the state of the region it's in. So its change was a significant dip in temperature. It'd be like playing RimWorld and you open a chest and just suddenly you get, you know, you just suddenly get cold front, or not cold snap, that's the one. Like you just suddenly get a permanent cold snap triggered because you opened the box. Which is kind of a cool mechanic, but also kind of cursed. There's a little bit more power. Still don't know where coral plates come from. Okay. Nectric Ridge. That requires more. Alright, so we just keep expanding for the time being. Because right now we would need coral plates. We haven't learned how to get those, but almost everything here is locked behind that. Or we need restore ruined zone. And I haven't seen anything encouraging in that regard. And once he managed to stockpile some pearls, we'll go over there to the right and pop next one. Alright, what do we got here? 2 alkaline. Alright. Though we just need to get over here, and we'll need to go and get the heater set up here. So your temperature is 19.6 degrees Celsius. And the temperature needs to be 23. So that would imply 3 heaters. Still waiting on pearls. It says buy a ruined zone, which I'm assuming that's a ruined zone. Oh, you've got one right here. An abandoned reef. My assumption of the ruined zone is I can't see what I'm getting into until I pop it. There's something strange about this new zone. Everything is dead. As it should be. A sad sight indeed, and one I fear is becoming all too common an occurrence. This will be a great challenge, but even the smallest of creatures can move mountains if they work together. I believe Thalassa is well equipped to meet this challenge on her own. I am. Are you leaving already? I have my own affairs to attend to. Thank you not to pry, young guardian. You're right, I'm sorry if I offended you in some way. It's none of my business. I guess I'll try to see what I can do here. Onwards. Okay. So we've got a ruined coral clam. Ruined moon thing. Ruined sprout. So what is going on here in the ruined zone? Coral husk. Not seeing what your health issue is. It seems to me like you should be fine. Okay. And we can sit here and daisy chain them all over to each other. That'll take a little bit of a minute to get across that way, but that's okay. There we go. That should bridge all of those. Yeah, it says ruin zone. Like, that's the curiosity here is I'm not seeing anything that's hurting anything. There's a purity score, but I don't... Ruin decay. Due to decay in this zone, this structure has a chance to lose health over time. Restoring the zone will remove this effect. I see. So the life on stuff will slowly drain until I get the zone to be less jacked up. Fair enough. So with that in mind, let's go ahead and put this over here. We'll have all this going on. And plunk you down over there. You're situated over here. So I get the habitats going. I'll probably need way more power than this. Put powers at the corners of the tile. It makes it time to expand. We're good. Okay. We're actively working on fixing the zone. Oh wait, what are you? Guide the lost spirit to another biome. This isn't fair. I saved up every penny I could to finally travel and see the world. They told me the ship was unsinkable. That Typhoon certainly didn't think so. We sunk in the middle of nowhere. And now this ruin is meant to be my last resting place? I don't want to haunt. I want to haunt somewhere else. I at least need a view. Perhaps we can make this place we're spending an eternity in. Alright. And we've already got up to 13%. We're just building as fast as we can to try and get ahead of that. Alright, so it looks like we gotta get this to 30% for it to not have an issue. Oh, how many are these up to? Yeah, I can't get more yet. Did I actually tell it to build that? I did not. Yeah, I'll just have it building as quick as it can. That's okay. So I get the idea. This is almost like a speed run, like how fast you can build. Because we get to the point where I'm having to repair all these buildings, it can potentially become like this infinite loop of just slowly trying to bring everything back online. We definitely want to try and get ahead of as much as possible. We're up to almost 20% now. Alright. Yep, they're starting to build the habitats as well. We're at 22%. And they'll be able to plunk down the thing to bait in some more creatures to live here. Alright. We get the 3 power things in the bottom left, and all the habitats on the right. And I don't even. I think these are more power nodes up here, and this is for more whatever, up to 23%, 25%. We're really close to having what we need to get that going. 26%. 27. Okay. Alright, so 28%, so we only need 2 more percent. We've already got these getting built. They're hustling along, doing their best. And it should be one of those things that, like, literally as soon as it comes online, I should be able to just drop the bait. We just drop one of each kind. Or lures, not bait. Same difference. 30%. Okay. And with that, as soon as that gets brought back, we should be good to go. Oh, clear the coral husks. Okay. That coral husk over here? No. Supposedly 3 more coral husks in this area. There's one over there. There's 2. 1. And 0. Okay. Claim your reward at the heart. New growth prime reef heart. Wow, I doubt you can turn this place around. You impress me. I didn't get to see much of the world, but I've seen more of yours than most. Certainly, more of those surface we'll ever use. That will do for me. I'll admit I wasn't sure I could have done it either, but this place is flourishing. If you'll accompany to the reef heart, you can flourish with it. Okay, so with that, though, we can go up here to the prime reef heart. So you just need a lot of supplies. Restore a ruined zone. Remarkable, remarkable. Hard to believe what we've achieved here. This place is like brought back to life. Quite a feat. Were you the one who said it was equipped to meet the challenge? Did I? Well, quite clearly, I was right. Or perhaps it was just luck this time. Let's see, have you attended to what you needed to do? Will you be joining us again? Yes, I have, and yes, I will. I sense I'm still needed here. I can't help but think there's something you're not telling me, Pontus. There are many things I'm not telling you, but they're no concern for you right now. You know, I couldn't have saved this place without what you taught me. Really? I mean, of course. You're, welcome. Alright, let's check on our power and all. Well, actually, this is about to be upgraded. Yeah, power's really good right now, actually. So we're actively working. Oh my god, that's 200-something pearls. Okay, well, you just keep doing that. I guess we'll go on, smack down some more pearl production. We'll see if they ever do get to doing that. Oh, also, we're over here already, so we're gonna go boom, green, gray, red. And hopefully we'll be bringing stuff in that we can actually accommodate. Okay, so this one's actually bringing in some small ones as well this time, so that's good news. I was a little worried about getting a bunch of giant fish again. I might actually need more algae production. So I keep getting progress towards an achievement full aquarium, which I assume is getting all the different fish in the game. That's my guess. Alright, that's already bumped us up to 43. Alright. Probably need more power over here. Yeah, and they're working at it. That's just gonna take a long time. Okay. Yep, so just gotta work on researching the Prime Heart. In the meantime, we'll just keep fast forwarding for a little bit, letting them work on these various projects, getting them done. Okay. Oh, speaking of which, we can actually also go down here, and then crafting. Ah. So if different ones can get us different things. If we get the sea turtle cove, then that one bait will actually give us a chance of getting a sea turtle as well. Oh, you also need, as we forget to do this yet again, storage. Alright, so we got a hazard coming to the fjord. Water temperature is falling. That'll be an easy enough to deal with. I've already got these things that are cooling, and then this tile tries to heat itself up anyways. So it's just gonna be a matter of turning these off. We turn off this one, turn it back on, it's too early. Alright. You can go down to 23 degrees Celsius. Okay, turn off a second one. I'm surprised you're still plummeting. Okay, it's looking like it's stabilized finally. Oh, hey, we got a fish want something. We love shiny things and shinier than ever. Could you build us some clams? With pretty pearls? We'll keep up? Sure. And you want 3 clams. Which are already queued and mostly done over there. Perfect. I like tasks that are already mostly done when I get involved. All right. Let's tell you to restore that one. It's pretty badly damaged. Same here. Same here. Same there. All these ones are like pretty badly damaged. Because they either need to get repaired or replaced. And you're almost done bringing the pearls over to this thing. They're working on bringing all the research over. So you can hopefully get the next research to be able to getting the much bigger area coverage thing done. It'll also probably boost the power up a lot. Okay, one more clam will satisfy that objective. Alright. Okay, so we built the clams. Thank you for the clams. We'll make this reef a thing of beauty. Cool. They gave me more pearls. And on top of that, we did get all the pearls and research we need for the prime heart. So we just need the prime heart to go. Okay, so now I need to hop back down over here. And turn those back on. Okay. So all in all, we're just continuing to work on all this. We're evolving our prime heart well, we're evolving the heart of our entire city real fast up to a prime heart. Once that's evolved, we should have access to new technology, and hopefully that'll get me the coral plates, which is a material I need for constructing a lot of stuff I haven't been able to get at yet. In the meantime, I'm going to let them kind of stockpile materials and just work on things. Okay. Okay, so we got the maximum number of people getting around right now. Most likely when we get this research done, we'll just go ahead and expand to a new area. I don't really have a scope on how big the world gets. Because like right now I've got this. I do seem to be able to scroll pretty far away. Alright. They have wildlife management there. I don't remember how I go. Oh, right, it's, that button takes you back. Yep, and I do think we go to this Arctic zone next as our next goal. Actually, I probably have more enough supplies to go there, right? Okay, so you're going to need at least 3 heat coral. Oh, I thought that would, more than handled it. Okay, how are you doing as far as power goes? You're minus 15. That is unfortunate. Okay. Probably overkill, but that's fine. We're about to get the prime heart done. We're bringing power online up here, which should start warming all this up. Yeah, so those take 3 power. Alright, and what's your power at? Quite a bit. Okay, and all the power's online. Yeah, and that boosted that by another, I think, 40. Rest of work, Elsa. Another Reef Heart upgrade finished, and now we can expand even farther out. You know, I don't think I could have done this without you, Pontus. Thank you. I know, mean thank you. Yeah, team and effort, all that. Alright, so let's go and look at our research. So for that, I gotta get the Restore Second Ruin. Coral Refinery makes coral plates. Sprout Tree... Okay, so Coral Refinery is gonna be the big one next. Because almost all the other stuff is kind of blocked by that. Okay, so power is stabilized here. How much temperature the zone needs to heat up before the ice starts melting? So that would imply I should go in here. Drop 2 of those, which will bring it up 4 degrees. Which is planning us to eliminate the ice. Alright, so you need to study the Turtle Cove and Turtle Grass. And then start bringing in sea turtles. Okay, I'm pretty sure I already have... Oh no, I started that. And then I realized I didn't have what I needed. So I get the turtle... Oh wait. I've once again... Yeah, we'll let that finish. And once we have that, we'll start refining coral plates. And then we get the Turtle Cove and all that. Because I had started researching that, got to the right to the end, and realized I needed the coral plates, not... the just the regular old coral. It ended up being a big thing. Why is that yellow? We'll figure it out. Okay, so we got that. So let's hop back down here to the turtle stuff. Okay. Coral Refinery. For right now, I'm just gonna plunk you right there. And it'll turn one type of coral into another type. And it's a 20 power upkeep. So that's for it alone. Oh, that's just a comfort down, not the health. That's fine. Accept quest, help the lost spirit. This lost spirit is of a hermit crab looking for a new home. Bring them some coral matter to build it with. Oh, you gave me quite a scare there. Don't creep up on the dead, especially when they don't even have a home to hide in anymore. Why didn't you have a home? I had the best home, the envy of the whole reef. Then one day I stepped out to polish my shell, and a thieving crab tried to make off with it. I put up a fight. He was a big one, huge, biggest I've ever seen. He stole it. A hermit crab without a home is a walking lunch. A fish got me. Maybe an eel? Let's see, could have been a shark. Yeah, it's a shark. Whatever it was, I hope I gave it heartburn. Let's see. If we could fashion you a new home, do you think you might help you recover? That's a very kind offer. What resources have you got to make it with? Bring them to me. Bring them here and let me inspect them. I'm a good builder and must review the materials. Okay, that's fine. So we're just gonna carry over my giant copious amounts of coral and deal with that. Alright, so we're doing pretty good with all this, getting it all set up. Alright, half a degree more, and then this will all start to melt. Okay, and with that we can turn these two back off. As we melted all of that. Cool, we got 2 of those. And then none of these. Okay. Alright, so we can get biodiversity pearls. I'll always take the biodiversity. These resources will make a fine house. Thank you so much for your kindness. Perhaps you could lead me to a place where I might assemble it at my leisure? Of course, follow me. Alright, I'm not able to bridge those across quite yet. Yeah, so you go way out there. Not sure what else we're going to run into out in this area, but that's okay. So it'll be worth doing this one next. You seem like a perfectly safe area. Unlock a Tier 2 zone. So you seem like a really large zone, but otherwise utterly benign. There, daisy chaining all that around. Okay. And just make sure it's all square and narrow. Alright. Then go ahead and get over here. And we get pretty close to the point. I'm just not gonna have enough steam to keep going, but we're pretty close to when I normally wrap up. Which when that happens, we'll just raid out to someone else and all that stuff. Got maybe another 30 minutes. Okay, so we got all that stuff sorted out. We'll let you build. And oh man, I've got room for a bunch more of these little spirit things. That'll be good. That'll help build a lot more. So get in here. We're gonna add like 30% more of them on there. They'll expand out to this area and all that. Really, I'm curious if this is a tier 2 zone. What makes it? Like, it's a bigger zone. But it doesn't seem like there's any major threats there, at least that we've recognized. And you're working on the plates. Where is the refinery? Is that the refinery over there? Yeah, so you're just doing your thing. I have to babysit you. Oh, right, we have more of another type of grass. Harvest? Okay. So you can worry about the other types of fish there in a minute. You are working on getting the turtles. We'll try and get all that. There's also a thing about like the intermediate fish and the advanced fish and all that. I'm assuming that requires more advanced bait, that kind of thing. You don't need better digs for them and whatnot. Also be curious with a bunch of this stuff. So those, I would be able to get all of these unlocked. Which I'm assuming that's just the same thing as those, but like they provide more. That's waiting and stuff. That's waiting and stuff. That's fine. We have the evolved clam. An improved clam which produces more pearls. Build over clams to absorb them. And an evolved vent coral. Ah, here we go. Vent coral. Okay, so yeah, so after we get the turtle thing done, let's go for the vent coral. Because down here where we got all the seismic stuff, we could use that. And my assumption is that'll be a really good source of power as opposed to what we've been using, which is just like getting our 5 little bits of power here and there. That the vent coral will be a massive upstep. Oh, you know what I also bet? I bet you these bigger ones, we can probably take on much larger creatures in them. It's probably a major factor there. So we're working on daisy chaining all this stuff. That's the overgrown seaweeds choking the area. It will continue expanding on open tiles unless the zone is developed enough. Right, okay. And we're actively researching that. That's good news. Because then I'll be able to get sea turtles in here. Did I already get fish in here? Oh no, we don't even have fish in this biome yet. Alright, hold up, that's something we gotta fix. Okay, so we got all that. Alright, so we got all those. And you're still doing your thing. Alright. You've got the pearls, we're just now trying to build way out here in the outskirts. And get out sorted. Alright, so we continue to build that up. You've got all that sorted out. So I'll deal with getting this cold zone to be hospitable for more stuff first, and then we'll go to the next zone. Because then we can go and get this all bumped up. Alright, so we got the sea turtle stuff. So before we get too far, like I said, we can go down here to the vents. Start queuing that up. So sea turtle grass. Your pearls demand are now higher than you are storing. It might take a while before all structures are built. Yeah, it's fine. I didn't check. So you're 5 power to upkeep. You don't have a power cost. Okay, so you start working on that. Getting a bluegrass going. Alright. We'll see where this goes from there. As they're slowly making this place more stable. Alright. We got all this going on up here. Alright, let's get the full fast forward again, because basically we're just waiting on things to get built. As you do. Just trying to get the algae supply here to be high enough to support bringing in fish. Then we'll have to see about what we can do to try and bring in a turtle. Using green lures after you study their growth. Okay, so this is the green. Alright. And just going through and just say, hey man, just grab all the grass. I haven't seen any kind of limit on that inventory space, so not super fussed. Yeah, and you're building this over here. Yeah, so we're working on the Sea Turtle Cove and the other thing at the moment. And meanwhile, we're just letting this just cook for right now. And we use the green ones down where we're building the sea turtle one. We'll use all the other ones up here. See what we can't draw in. Meanwhile, it's a little whiles yet till we have the ad break. But I'm going to go ahead and kick it down the road as much as I can so that when the stream starts winding down, you don't get hit with an ad on the way out kind of thing. So run the minimum amount of ads required to disable pre-rolls. But their timing tends to suck. Hey, Server Lord, how's it going? I hope everyone's been enjoying the content tonight and all that good stuff, and if you have, you know, consider dropping a follow on the stream, that way you can find your way back here in the future. That is kind of how this whole streaming thing tends to work. Okay, so you got that. Let's go ahead and... yeah, it says rare chance to get the sea turtle. And then the bluegrass has a bunch of stuff we haven't discovered yet. I do appreciate that they kind of like show you the loot tables on it and be like, hey man, you haven't found this one yet, try again. Versus like a lot of guesswork about it. You know, sure, the first time there's all that. Let's see, Bro's making some chicken curry and making you taste test the sauce every 5 minutes. It's good though. I mean, there's definitely worse things to have to deal with than being fed. Alright, so it looks like we're getting the last of those built. So let's go here, do this. So the seagrass lure, the gray grass lure, and the red lure. Alright, we've completed the research on the vent coral. And that requires infused. So we got evolved clams, evolved essence. Yeah, so these are ones about like upgrading our existing stuff. We'll start with the ones that give us power. And then meanwhile, let's go down here to power there. How much power do you produce? Still only 5. Okay, it's saying you're unhoused. Did I only build just the big ones? Really? Well, that was a mistake. So let's get them building a couple of the smaller ones real fast. Meanwhile, we can go back down here. got there. That's got to be cleaned first. There's a vent over there. Just running around looking for all the vents you can see. Well, game looks so pretty. Yeah, no, it's definitely just like it's a city builder, but just kind of this gorgeous city builder. Yeah, so that's the turtle grass. And over here is the actual turtle coves. Okay, and you're done with that. Get more of the green grass to try and get some of the turtles over there. Got all that stuff to be built. Eventually, I'll need to be able to clean that, which is fine. All right. Okay, you got the clownfish, and then a bunch of different varieties up there. That's fine. That's fair. We'll leave this zone alone for right now. As it's continuing to escalate. I lied. We're not going to leave it alone. It's just going to keep getting worse and worse and worse if I don't jump on it. So let's go and do the moon coral over here. Okay. And a bunch of housing for you. Alright, so we're just getting more and more projects queued up, making sure nothing gets done by being impatient and just building more and more. Fast forward it all again. See if we can't get these turtles done. They're just continuing to bring in the pearls. And it's not that we're not producing the pearls fast enough. We've got the pearls here. The issue we're actually running into is I can't get the workers, the ones zipping around loading my stuff up, going fast enough. They're being delayed and just falling behind on the hauling of the goods. Production seems to be fine for the time being. What is that? Leopard shark is visiting your reef. Where's the leopard shark? Neat. Well, that's cool. Maybe not. They hang around. I don't know. And you're right about to get the turtle cove built. So now it's a matter of getting these to be made. So I could try and bring turtles in here. Ah, we've got different tiers of lures. Good to know. Alright. It'll also be a matter of seeing like how much housing we've got left to clean stuff out to try and get that going. It's all good. We got lots of supplies. They're just not enough people working. We'll get there. It's one of those things I imagine that as you expand, it becomes more and more of a thing that's just handled. Okay. All right. So as soon as we get that one done, that'll be our first of the bait for the sea turtles. And if it complains about population, then we'll deal with that. Because it does say the odds we get a sea turtle are actually pretty low. It was 0.5 per tick, and each one of these, I think, ticks 10 times. They're just going by the fact that, like, how many fish get brought in by it. Okay, first one spent. No dice. Alright. Okay. I do not remember what I was planning my next research around. Oh, it was the moon coral. And that's waiting on growth essence, and there it goes. Then the implication is I should be able to upgrade these, and I'm assuming that'll increase the radius and the power production. It just costs us some more advanced materials. Alright. Those will tell us. Still no turtles. I'm also surprised it's not complaining about the population of the area, but that's okay with me. We'll figure it out. Or we won't. I don't care. Evolved structures can also be built over existing smaller structures of the same type, absorbing them and increasing their output and durability. Okay, so now I can go to here. Alright, so it's a huge power source there. I was kind of expecting it to be the same size and just go up, but we'll see. What is the output of one of those? So your output is 30. So that's a massive increase. A sun coral. That requires stuff we don't have. Essence coral. Alright. Evolve Spirit Well. Okay, we'll use that because the spirits are kind of the bottleneck right now, is being able to move them around, move the stuff around. So we'll see if that gets resolved. You're still working on your stuff, bottlenecked by pearls. You're still bottlenecked by pearls. Okay, and our green lure. I'm kind of expecting these to get full soon. Oh no, there's still a decent number of those. Need a couple of turtles to move into the area. Alright. Yeah, it seems like one of the next ones we'd probably want to do is the improved clams. Well, I mean, it's still not really the clam production. It's still the moving stuff around. Alright. No dice there. And are doing that again. I'm wondering if I'm like in the wrong biome to look for it. I don't think so. It's on the shore. Okay, that's probably the one that's gonna overfill us. Yeah, the fact that this one's kind of RNG is, not great. Alright. Alright, so we got that going. Oh, we got our first sea turtle. Alright. We want more than that, I gotta get our stuff going on. The zone is slightly overcrowded. Sure. Fish hollows were overcrowded. Is there an easy way to see which fish I've got the most of? Special ability, eat jellyfish. So the fish hollows. And that'll help that out immediately. Just relocating them. Let's see. Annoyingly, you have Teams meeting in a bit, but you'll be lurking unable to hear or mod. How dare the company that pays my bills actually expect me to do actively work? I know, right? So inconsiderate of them. What? You just said you're building things. There you go. Jellyfish might be our favorite food, but you're only gonna need more of you're gonna need more of us. You want to defend against the whole waves of them. Complete the jellyfish defense growth, and we'll gobble them up for you. Jellyfish defense growth? Oh, here we go. I'll set that instead. And you all keep doing your thing. And just trying to get the one more turtle. But everything just bottlenecked on getting those pearls delivered. Okay. Come on, second turtle. What? Oh, have 75 habitats. Yeah, that's fine. Alright, so let's grab more fish from here. And we can send you... So you've got room for 8. You got room for 11. I just need that second sea turtle. That'll accomplish that objective. come on. And we should have one more tick left on that. Okay, and we'll just go right through here again. And we'll try yet again. This has probably been the first thing I'd say has been a little bit annoying, because, like, all I can do is just keep rolling the dice again and again. So it's not super compelling. It's always the thing that when you're playing games, like, how do you do this? RNG. Unwire save, oh, great idea. No need for roads. Exactly. Hey, how's it going? Alright, still didn't get the second turtle. That's fine. Let's go ahead and do the migration thing here again. We'll go down the list here. So can't go to shoreline. You can take that many. Grab another one of these. Get that second sea turtle sooner or later. For those that didn't see, it actually does give me the odds of everything on there. It's just a low odds of getting the sea turtle. And the sea turtles have their own habitat things they stay in. You know, separate from our fish. Alright, so we're overcrowding again. So let's see. You've got room for 2, and you got room for 42. So here you go, have a big ol' pile of fish. Alright. Hammerhead Shark is visiting a reef right here. I really don't even know what that does, beyond, like, you see a shark. Alright, burn those 2 real fast, because I think those are my last 2 for the time. Well, actually, we can make more. Alright, come on, man. Give me that second sea turtle. It's a 5% or whatever per tick. Or no, it's 0.5 per tick and 10 ticks per each of those. Like I said, it's kind of just a little bit of a nuisance. Hey, we finally got the second stupid turtle. Own 3 tier 2 zones. Develop 6 zones over 30%. Okay. Let's get the last of these brought in. Okay, so you got room for a bunch more. Okay, let's make sure... Nothing else we need to worry about there. Alright. So they're still working on building a bunch of stuff that requires upgrade materials and all that. That's what everything's kind of waiting on for the moment, except for over here we're waiting on more pearls. But yeah, no, this has been a fun game. I definitely think this is another good one. Sorry I'm a little bit low energy, just, you know, woke up early, couldn't get back to sleep. Starting to feel it now. But, It's definitely like, again, like your town to city style. You need to like balance your resources kind of thing. You've got your temperatures and all that. But it does have kind of the events like hot, cold, increased pH, lower pH, you know, stuff like that that you have to like tackle to make sure your things are fine. Okay, so you did get most of this built up here, which is good news. We need to develop that way more from the looks of it. Go ahead and put down a group of those. More of those. I will want to put down a storage building over there. And that all need to be cleared out. Is it your first time you've played the game? It is. It is. It's been fun. I have no idea the scope of the map because we're only at our tier 2 tiles. Which is that up there. I'm imagining they probably go up to at least tier 3 tiles. But I also don't know. Research-wise, it's also hard to gauge because, like, as we've discovered things, entire new areas of the... Like, I didn't even see what this is over here. Yeah, so these are new over here. Those weren't there before. Or those two were here before. So we're getting, like, more research tree appearing as we go. Which I don't mind. But as far as being like, oh yeah, we've done 10% of the research, it makes it really, really hard to tell, like, are you near finishing the tree, or are you just starting it out? You are 1 power short of what you're going to end up needing. We've already got that building over there, so we just gotta wait. I probably need to build more of these coral refineries is what's gonna end up needing to happen as well. Put another one there, and we can use that to continue to expand on this. That's fine. I've already got more power queued up and a lot of it. With that said though, chat, as you can tell, I'm starting to really flag energy-wise. So let's go ahead and do on stream. So I'm gonna go ahead and save that file because we're gonna be wrapping up here in just a minute. So if you've enjoyed tonight's content and you're not already following the channel, don't forget to drop that file that we can find our way back here in the future. I will be back tomorrow at 7 p.m. For 7 p.m. EST. I actually don't know what we're going to be playing, but we'll find something fun to play. The next day we'll be doing another stream, and that one is going to be for spacecraft, and then we'll also be probably doing the Oxygen Not Included DLC that has coming out and all that, which will be fun. So we got some fun stuff coming up here in the immediate future. If you're watching over on YouTube, don't forget to like and subscribe, but the stream will be ending abruptly for you because I do not have a host ready for the YouTube side, but thank you so much for tuning in. And if you're over here on the Twitch side, I'm going to go ahead and put up my ending stream screen and see who we can find to draw.